Hello and happy Tuesday. Consider yourself lucky. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Consider yourself lucky because you get morning, Mina. Hello. I'm kidding. But I am having a bit of a morning voice right now. So that's gonna be great for reading. I hope there's a lot of lines from Michelle. He might even benefit from my voice being deeper than it usually is, honestly. Yeah. So, you might be asking yourselves, Mina, what the hell? Why are you playing it at noon? Did somebody die? What happened? How are you awake? And the answer to that is, I just wanted to. I was thinking that I could diversify a little bit if I started streaming a bit earlier, so... Hello, Daragon! Yeah! Yeah, so, I was just talking, Daragon, that I might start doing more early streams. Like, I might try to experiment with it, because we already stream earlier on Saturday, right? So, my brain was like, well, I could also do that with one of my week streams, so that we could try, like, spacing out a little bit more, so that's why I'm streaming right now. Also, this is kind of like a unique case because I'm taking Friday off, so I wouldn't be playing this on Friday, so I wanted to fit it in somewhere else, and I thought it might be fun to fit it in early instead of late. So we're starting here at noon, and then we're gonna finish the last 2 side stories, and I believe there's also an epilogue. of this game, and then we'll be done with Fata Morgana. Then we're gonna have to wait until Novik's Project M comes out before playing another game by the studio, which I'm stoked for. But considering that it doesn't even have a title, the game doesn't even have a title yet. It's still just called Project M. It's gonna be a while. But I'm still very excited. And after we finish this, weekends are completely open. So we're probably gonna play Chaos Head Noah in weekends. Just not this week because of the charity stream, but next week onwards. We're gonna be playing Chaos Head together, all of us. So, I'm excited for that. I do really want to start, like, getting the ball rolling on the Science Adventure series, but we had this game that, like Fata Morgana, we wanted to finish Fata Morgana, and me and Argo were discussing that I think it would have been better if we just done it all in one sitting, and instead of like interspersing. I think we misjudged the scope of a Requiem for Innocence. It's a lot shorter than I was anticipating, at least. So I think we could have just pushed it, but I am also actually appreciative of sitting on it for a few months. It's kind of 50-50, but I'm glad we're doing it now, and I'm excited to finish this game. Last week's scenario sucked ass. I hated that. That made me so sad. I was so sad, bro. And now I have to do it again. Okay. 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 Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. We're starting. I hope you can see and hear everything. That's the most important part. Okay. Let's see what this one is. Yeah, the first one was about a scenario of Imion and oh man. I shan't forget you, Imion. Either too trifling or ending meanings to our lives. These facts of life closely. Okay. Fragments forever lost, and we continue. Okay. It's a certainty as inevitable as death itself. Damn. Tales afforded not their moment in the limelight, left to waste away in obscurity. Oh. Okay. So, this sounds like it's gonna be a scenario about stuff that... Slow killing poison, defectives, the painting's ramblings. Damn! Like, it's a whole separate menu. I just... Okay, cool. I'm assuming there's some related to George. I don't know. Okay, let's just take it somewhere. Let's just start. Let's just go. I'm not gonna... No think, just go. No think, just go. Okay, it's this kind of scenario. Means more reading for me. The maid spoke little of what happened after the white-haired girl's disappearance in the era of roses. Oh! Okay. For she believed the rest of the tale insignificant, of no value to share with her listener, the white-haired girl herself. Thus, her role as the storyteller ended with the girl's departure from the stage. And while the other characters' stories continued on, they were cut off from the script, afforded not their moment in the limelight, left to waste away in obscurity. A slow-killing poison. Okay, so this is what happened to Mel and Nellie, basically. Arthur Baldwin was vexed. Shortly before they were to be married, his engagement with Nellie Rhodes, eldest daughter of the Rhodes family, had been broken off. He understood it well enough why it had happened, and had it been his decision, he likely would have made the same one. So Arthur's dissatisfaction lay not with the dissolution itself, nor did he bear any fault in it. His bride-to-be had simply been gripped by madness. I hear she attacked an Abigail. Oh? I was told she took one of her eyes out. Even worse, she killed her. Those are but rumors, my dears. The truth is so much more dreadful. He used to work at the Rhodes Manor, you see. And the young lady, she... For anyone who needs some catching up, Nellie... It was... the first door was just... insane. Like, I don't know where to start. You have seen it a bit in the real world, is that Nellie was just a little too obsessed with her brother. In the kind of way. Which was not good for their relationship. And... Lurk! Thank you for the lurk, Argo. yeah, so Nelly was obsessed with her brother, and basically the story that was created for them by Morgana in the door was basically that Nelly's feelings for her brother ended up completely destroying their lives. So, the white-haired girl shows up at the mansion and falls in love with Mel, and Mel falls in love with her, and Nelly is extremely jealous to the point where she despises the white-haired girl. She's like, why can't that be me? Why did I have to be his sister, right? Why couldn't I be his wife, basically? And what ended up happening then is that they find out that, so the white-haired girl's dad was a painter who worked at the Rhodes family's mansion and might have fathered a son. No, sorry, not a son. Might have fathered a daughter with the Rhodes mother, who's the white-haired girl. So they're her siblings, Mel and the white-haired girl, and yeah. So therefore Nelly is like, well, if that's the case, then that means that I can be with Mel too, if he wants to fuck his sister, is basically what her logic, right? And she cuts off the white-haired girl's hair, makes a wig out of it, and goes to lay it into Mel. And that basically, the white-haired girl runs away, never talks to Mel again, and Mel's life is destroyed because he's a coward and an idiot who could not assert to his sister, like, hey, stop that. Mel is an idiot. The end. Hello, Arson. Sorry, I just wanted to finish my retelling. I am doing good. I am surprisingly awake. I want to be better at waking up, so now I'm committing to earlier streams sometimes. And it will help, I'm sure. Okay. Back to the story. Initially, Arthur was skeptical of what people were saying. He assumed the tales were being exaggerated as they spread. But when the head of the Rhodes family came personally to deliver reparations and formally nullify the engagement, he gave Arthur a rough overview of what had happened. It was apparently true that Nelly had assaulted an Abigail, and it was true that she spent most of her time in her room now, looking pale and sickly and drained of her spirits. And then, when he said outright a demon's possessed her, Arthur had little choice but to believe that something wasn't right. And to top it all off, Nelly's older brother Mel ran off to become a priest, presumably to get away from everything. Oh, interesting, okay. Yeah! Nelly's father implored Arthur to remain discreet about her situation, not that he had any intention of going around and spreading personal details about her life. However, rumors have a nasty way of slipping through the tiniest of cracks, sneaking about through the dark like a seasoned cat burglar. What nobles would like to refer to as social gatherings were in practice more like gossip gatherings, and in short order, the Rhodes family's eldest daughter was the talk of high society. Incidentally, the painter whose downfall eventually culminated into this tragedy was also strangled by the noble grapevine, though Arthur had no way of knowing as much. Perhaps the painter's curse extended beyond the girl's hair color, and the Rhodes family was destined to be brought to ruin by the gossip of their fellow aristocrats. One evening, Arthur decided he would sneak into the Rhodes manor. He had requested visitations with Nelly on numerous occasions, but had been turned away every time. She's in no condition for company, was what they kept telling him, which left him no choice but to see her uninvited. The aroma of the roses seemed more overpowering at night than during the day, and he wasn't sure whether it was just his imagination. The nagging irritation it caused in him was, however, not only his mind. Arthur instructed his coachman to wait on the street a little ways out, and made the rest of the way to the manor on foot, entering through the garden. I hatched a shiny Galarian Meowth in Pokemon Go earlier today. It's my second one, so now my two shiny Meowths can be friends. Ah, Meow friends. That sounds so nice. I'm glad you gave him a friend. I'm glad you gave him a friend. Wonderful. As he waded through the sea of roses, he clenched his teeth. Arthur preferred restraint when it came to both gardening and girls. What am I doing with my life? How did I end up here, sneaking about, trying to find that obnoxious little girl's room? Arthur had few pleasant memories of this rose garden. The Rhodes and the Baldwins had a long history, so as a child, he would often find himself left here to play with while the adults did business. It was him. Nelly, who could never seem to stop hanging off her brother, and Mel, the textbook definition of a well-behaved aristocrat boy. Not once had he managed to step into the siblings' private world. There was only room for the two of them, leaving Arthur stuck out there all by himself. The best he could manage was a little teasing now and then. For example, saying her hair looked like the color of fallen leaves. I never asked for this engagement anyway. Who would even want to marry a girl who thinks herself some kind of princess? Not me, that's for sure. But still. He had known her practically his whole life. Of course he was going to be curious when people were saying she'd gone mad or been possessed by a demon. He was just curious, he told himself as he drew nearer Ellie's window. The curtains appeared to be drawn. He couldn't see anything inside, so he crouched down to pick up a few pebbles to toss over the veranda. A few soft taps rang out in the night before the curtain finally shifted. A few moments later, a young girl stumbled out into the moonlight. Despite already knowing the answer, his first thought was, who is that? He wanted to smack himself, but at the same time, it was hard to deny this discrepancies between the girl standing there and the girl of his memories. The moonlight seemed to give her flaxen hair a ghostly bluish tint. It fluttered in a passing breeze, and Arthur felt something about her he never had before. She's so pretty. Oh, slow down. What's wrong with you? Pretty? That self-centered, spoiled little brat? There wasn't a trace of the rambunctious Nellie he knew to be found. She stood there, by the veranda's railing, gazing vaguely off into space like a pensive spirit. It wasn't at all what Arthur had expected to see when he came calling. He assumed she'd be nothing but skin and bones, haggard and unsightly. Now, Lady Nellie, do you think it rude to not at least greet me? We were engaged, as you might recall. Her eyes still unfocused, Nellie turned her gaze down toward where Arthur stood. It was a reaction, but still he felt as though she had snubbed him, which did little to alleviate the irritation building up since he had arrived. Look, it's like a scene right out of your beloved Romeo and Juliet. Not that I'm here enthusiastically, of course. Mumbling complaints to himself, Arthur climbed a nearby tree, leaping from the branch onto the veranda, and there she was, within arm's reach but as distant as ever. Still, he could see nothing in her eyes. Hello? Hello? Say something already, would you, Nellie? Perhaps she really had lost her mind, just not in the way he had been led to believe. Arthur spent a few moments pondering how to proceed. He didn't consider himself a model gentleman like Mel, not even slightly, but he wasn't so crass as to laugh it off either. You certainly are quiet tonight, aren't you? I'm not sure how I'm supposed to act when you're like a completely different person. Every time you open your mouth, I want to sew it shut. You're always complaining. Nothing's ever good enough for you. But right now, I just want you to say something. Anything. How am I supposed to know what's going through your head if you don't tell me? Is there just nothing at all? Nellie's gaze glided past Arthur into the rose garden behind him. Nellie, are you listening to me? He tried again and again to get her attention, calling her name, waving his hand in front of her face, gently tucking on her hair. But all his attempts were fruitless. She simply stood there, lifeless, a well-crafted doll. He wasn't sure exactly how to describe how he felt. Slightly unsettled to start, a bit of a pity to go with it, and a great deal of something yanking at his insides. Arthur had few pleasant memories with the roads. That didn't mean he wanted to erase his past of them entirely, though. But looking at her, this empty shell, he felt almost as though those days were disappearing with her. How irritating. He knew the word wasn't right, but he went with it anyway, heaving a sigh after letting it linger in the air for a moment. It's always been like this. I'm no more than a buzzing insect to you. I can't stand this dreadful rose garden. It was exhausting having to come here again and again just because our families are close. I'd try to say something and you'd go running off into your darling brother's arms. Dearest Mel this, dearest Mel that. Is that all you know how to say? And he'd just give you a half-hearted smile and pretend to be sorry for not paying attention to you. Arthur looked out over the garden as well. He was more talking to himself than he was to Nellie. I'm sure you don't remember, but one time I even brought you flowers. What were they? Some kind of anemone, I think? But you wouldn't take them. You said the roses here were prettier, so you didn't need my flowers. What a miserable day that was. But standing beside the silent spectre, melancholy overwhelmed any anger or frustration he might have otherwise felt. Perhaps it was because nothing he said managed to elicit any reaction out of her, or perhaps because he wished he had come and said this all sooner. Unless expressed, feelings merely fester. Yeah, honestly, yeah, that is the moral of Door 1. That is the moral of Door 1. If you don't say anything, people won't fucking know. And this is what happens. I don't care one bit about you, and I mean that. It's only ever been about doing what's best for my family. Of course, Nellie was a perfect example of why you couldn't let everything out either. The gossip spoke not only of her attacking an Abigail, but of her destroying her relationship with her brother. And that was likely what had done the most damage. Knowing what he knew of Nellie in her younger days, Arthur had little trouble believing what the rumors said, that her affection for Mel was far beyond simple familial love. It was for my family. But that doesn't mean I wasn't going to try to get along with you. You probably don't believe me, since I certainly never acted like it, but I genuinely did want us to be on good terms. It's just, you had to be the one who changed first. You're always treating me like I was worthless, like I meant nothing to you. Not like any of that would have left an impression on your one-track mind, of course. But that's why I wanted you to take the first step. I'm not some wise old monk who can just turn my frustration off on command. Arthur let out another sigh. Do you think anything would have gone differently if I could have been more grown up? A gust of wind blew through, sending a flurry of rose petals, carrying them up past the two of them and through the velvet curtains into Nellie's bedchamber. A faint smile crossed her lips. Arthur could only guess at what was going through her mind, what was reflected in her eyes. In her room, he could see several pairs of small children's shoes, a doll with his hair all neatly made up, a pile of sheet music drawn up for her by a respected composer years earlier, and toys carved from wood. It was like he was looking through a window into the past. That was all he needed to know. He could have treated her like the princess she thought she was, and she would have gone down the same path. Nellie's eyes were on one person only. Arthur wasn't even a shadow on her peripheral. Your brother's still smiling for you in there, isn't he? And that was all she needed. After that night, Arthur stayed away from the roads and never mentioned the siblings again. It was the best thing to do, he thought. He had his own life to worry about. But fate wouldn't allow him to avoid hearing about the family from time to time. About 4 years later, Nellie, who had apparently fallen ill, passed away at the young age of 18. The roads held a small funeral service, which Mel did not attend. Ooh. Ow! That hurts. Oof. Arthur couldn't even begin to imagine what he, her brother, felt about it. But another 3 years later, Mel followed behind her. What? At the age of 24, he threw himself off the top of a church tower. According to those near him, he'd been acting unusual in the months leading up to his death, claiming he could hear a woman's voice talking to him. If he had taken his life out of grief, 3 years seemed like too long of a gap. Perhaps it had built up over time, and that was how long it took to reach the boiling point. But that's how it felt to Arthur. It felt like Mel had been guided there by a higher power. Probably Morgana, in this case, or maybe pushed. And there was one other strange detail. He died exactly at the strike of noon. Oh, the same as the fucking Harvest Festival. Holy shit. As the bell rang its 12th toll. A slow killing poison, that makes sense. Damn, okay, yeah, these are short. They're pretty short, yeah. It took like all of 20 minutes. So probably be maybe an hour if they're about the same length. Okay, so this one should be door 2, maybe? Yep. Okay, here we go. Okay, we actually get to know more about the swordsman. That's interesting. In the distant Hoi era, while the Tokugawa shogunate governed feudal Japan, Yukimasa Aida made his living far to the west, with little knowledge what lay beyond the borders of his own native country. The land of the rising sun was an isolated nation, turning nearly everyone away save for traders from its few specific regions, and those restrictions applied equally to Japanese who had departed the country before they were put in place. Yukimasa was a third-generation immigrant, having never once set foot in his homeland, and for that reason, as a child, he held a great adoration for the glorious nation described by his grandfather. And he was particularly fond of the katana passed down to him by his own grandfather. Though it bore no name, the blade had a curiously bestial glimmer that entranced Yukimasa at first sight. Damn, this shit started early, didn't it? The katana had belonged to Yukimasa's grandmother, but she had passed away before he was born. His grandfather described her as a skilled swordswoman, slight in frame, but easily able to take down several men more than twice her size. After his grandfather passed and bequeathed unto him the blade, Yukimasa would from time to time see phantoms of a young woman drenched in blood. She had sharp, narrow eyes like him that looked more like his than even his parents. He felt almost as though his own reflection had stepped out of the mirror to cut him down. Or like they were a pair of killers, standing shoulder to shoulder. With each recurrence of the illusion, it took root even deeper into his soul. And Yukimasa grew ever more certain that one day, he would cross over into her world. That he was simply holding in his true nature. That the beast dwelling within would break loose eventually. This tale, however, is of a time when he was still more man than beast. Effective. In the wake of framing and killing 2 crewmates for smuggling Spanish silver, Yukimasa was having something of an identity crisis. Yeah, so basically he was on a ship, right? And the backstory he had was that basically he was on a ship and then he found out that some people were doing some bad shit and then he just kills them in cold blood. Like, he starts having fun with it and then he's like, oops. On both occasions, he'd been smiling during the act, at least according to those who had seen him. If what they said were true, he wasn't conscious of it, but he didn't particularly doubt their words either. It was in all likelihood true. He'd killed 2 men and enjoyed doing it. What unsettled Yukimasa most, though, was that his initial reaction was, I wonder what I'm going to become. Not a moment's concern for the men whose lives he'd stolen. Once their still warm bodies hit the water, that was that. He held no nostalgia for the months they had spent out at sea together. He didn't care what kind of men they had been, or how much their families might grieve over the loss. Yukimasa wondered if that made him narcissistic. The lack of interest in anyone but himself seemed to fit the bill, but he didn't actually feel like he held himself in very high stature. He simply had this vague awareness of himself as a twisted, unsightly creature. On that day, the ship stopped at a small port town to replenish supplies and give the crew a few days to stretch their legs. It was still about 2 months out from Amsterdam, where his beloved awaited his return. What a hellish trip that was. A crewman, of Western origin, naturally, muttered. If I never have to hear the word smuggle again, it'll be too damn soon. The way the whole crew's got their cheeks clenched after this that's about driven me mad. I'm not blaming you, I mean. It's just how it is. Yukimasa shook his head and gave the man a faint smile, and in his mind, he chuckled about how no one could seem to see through his mask. The blame lay with him for much more than just the tension on the ship. A real shit job you got stuck with there. I don't know if I'd have been able to do it and keep a straight face like you did. But you're aching to let out some steam, aren't you? You can be straight with me. I could certainly stand for some relief, yes. That much was true. However, Yukimasa meant it in a very different way. Come with me tonight, then. I know the perfect place to get you just what you need. The tan seaman smirked, which was all Yukimasa needed to know what he was insinuating. He hesitated to come up with a response. Worried about Captain Masama? Don't. I ain't gonna tell him. Besides, it's not like he doesn't have needs too, you get me? Some of the crew knew that Yukimasa was romantically involved with the captain's daughter, and the man standing before him seemed to assume his hesitation stemmed from that. But Captain Asama would, as the seafarer has said, spend his time off satisfying his personal needs. That was just part of life on the sea. Everyone understood, and no one considered it being unfaithful. That doesn't mean it isn't unfaithful. Just because you say no homo before doing it doesn't make it not homo. I'm sorry. Requiring a ship full of vigorous young men to save themselves for their partners, who they would often not see for months at a time, could in fact be considered a form of torture. Oh yeah? And what about your girls back at home, who had to spend months saving themselves for you? Would you be okay with them going around and fucking other guys? Probably not. There were a number of brothels gathered about the port town. Oh ho ho ho! Pillow. No! Stay away from my pillow! No! You're not getting my pillow. Fuck off. My pillow. Fucking come to my house and say that to my face, Yamato, I dare you. dare you. Bish, I might. I'm gonna lose. But I ain't a chicken. That's so valid, bro. Let me just, sorry. Oh, hello? ENVtuber? Sama? No, go the other, what? Sorry. There we go. That was weird. For some reason I was thinking that my thingy wasn't reacting, and so I wanted to sit down the mic threshold, but it just kept going higher, and I was like, no, go down. Not up, down. For them, sailors are practically the ideal clients. A ship only stayed around for a few days to a week, meaning no time to get attached or cause other similar problems. About the only complaint a prostitute might have is that sailors tended to be quite pent up. They weren't the kind of clientele a new recruit could generally handle. The sail's it tonight. Grab something to eat, and then we'll meet up at... Yukimasa forced a smile for the man, who had taken his silence as a yes. But he wasn't worried about Captain Asama finding out about it or being unfaithful to Pauline. He simply wasn't sure how much he could trust the seaman's recommendation, and the last thing he wanted was to catch some kind of disease. Yukimasa was paired up with a skeletal girl with faded brown hair, which she had done up so much it only served to emphasize the lack of anything anywhere else on her body. Is this your idea of the perfect place? He couldn't deny his disappointment at his assignment, who boasted absolutely nothing of what he sought in a woman. In fact, he was afraid he might snap her in half. As the other pairs heated up beyond the thin curtains, Yukimasa's interest plummeted. If a woman tried to seduce him, he would act in accordance with his base instincts, but otherwise Yukimasa didn't have a particularly strong libido, so... You're not into this at all, are you? No, I just... It's fine. You're not gonna hurt my feelings if you want to trade me for another girl. I used to have a few regulars, but these days I've got nothing. Sooner or later, they're gonna toss me out on my ass, and I'll have to resort to back alley quickies to make a living. You're the customer. You've got every right to complain to the manager about drawing the short straw. She sounded like a woman hanging from her last thread. I'm not gonna cause any trouble for you. But aren't you sweet? Your loss, she said with a snicker. I object to being called sweet, but anyway, I stand out more than most, so if I make a scene, it's more likely to escalate. You even went out of the way to explain yourself, so I object to your objection, but you do have a point. You're from the Far East, aren't you? Don't see many of your kind around these parts, so it's not a surprise you draw attention. You know what? I've changed my mind. Don't ask for another girl. Clients like you only come around once in a blue moon, so I'd rather not let you go. Let's both avoid making a fuss and stay here together. You make it sound like I'm some kind of exotic animal. You're cute when you scowl. We could find out if you're an animal later, but you certainly are exotic. You're not even gonna pretend this is a business exchange anymore, are you? I mean, why bother? I'm just the leftover scraps that nobody wanted. There was something oddly charming about her gleeful laugh combined with the stream of self-deprecation, which would have been less of an issue for Yukimasa had he become physically intimate with Pauline yet, because by comparison this prostitute would look like nothing more than a couple of dried twigs tied together. But he wouldn't be able to see Pauline for another couple months, and he was beginning to think this girl might just do the trick for now. Their ship was scheduled to stay in port for about a week, although they would have to spend some time moving cargo on and off the boat. The stay was by and large a recreational one. It was early afternoon, and while much of the crew had gathered together to go drinking, Yukimasa was taking a relaxed walk along the shore. He was no less interested in exploring the unfamiliar port town as anyone else, but unlike them, he wasn't the kind of man whose first instinct was to go straight to the pub. They all jabbed at him for being stiff and tight-assed, none the wiser to the primal urges he kept buried within. And who would ever suspect it either? Who could watch him walk up to an elderly man fishing on the dock and ask how's the catch with a smile, and imagine a bloodthirsty beast lurked within. It's like that's almost hard to say. The man gave a lazy nod in return, adding, "Ain't half bad today." You're a sailor, I wager. Am I right? The man said as Yukimasa made to resume his walk. You are. Well, a warning for you then, outsider. You'd do best to stay away from any back alleys after dark. It ain't safe at night. No how. Yukimasa gave the man a half smile, feeling somewhat patronized by his warning. He was plenty capable of discerning what the dangerous parts of town were, and he was confident in his ability to defend himself if someone tried to attack. There's already been several victims. Yukimasa froze. As in, murders? Killed deader and dead. And they still ain't caught him neither. Wouldn't want any of our guests to end up next on the list. Out of curiosity, how does he kill? The old man turned his gaze down, his face becoming a shadow against the clear blue ocean stretching out behind him. He dismembers him. Hard to imagine, eh? Cutting a person into a bunch of pieces. He don't discriminate neither. Man, woman, child, don't matter none. He's a sicko, a complete madman. And they ain't found no patterns to the victims either. Nothing to say who he might be or who he might choose next. So don't think you're safe just because you're not from around here. Yukimasa could feel his vision narrowing, converging on a single point. Oh, he could imagine. He could imagine clear as the afternoon sky. Ah, how he wished that could be him. Well, look who it is. Fancy running into you here. Oh, it's her. Well, look who it is. Fancy running into you here. A woman's voice dragged him back to reality. He felt like he'd just been pulled up from the bottom of the ocean. And when he turned to face her, he must have looked a bit dazed, judging from the way she raised her eyebrow at him. Oh, let me guess. You don't recognize me not all made up for work. It's me, the girlie from yesterday. She held her hair up in an approximation of her previous night's hairstyle, to which Yukimasa gave an in feigned realization. So what are you doing wandering out here? Bored? Got nothing better to do? He wondered if the woman was even capable of being less blunt. Especially considered he had technically been her client the night before. I'm just taking a walk. Not much to see out here. There's the ocean. Don't you get enough of that when you're out on it? I'll never tire of the sight of the sea. Is that so? She said, followed by a softer, slightly exasperated. I'll never understand guys. But a few seconds later, she gave him a big smile. So hey, you're not busy. Why don't you come to my place? We can throw together a bare bones little lunch. Again, I'm taking a walk, and bare bones is hardly a convincing sales pitch. I'm saying, if you want a quality meal, pony up for some goods. Ah, so that was what she meant. Apathetic, but finding no reason to turn her invitation down, Yukimasa agreed to go along. I've taken a liking to you, she said. Stop by whenever you got the chance. At least until you have to take off. I can treat you even better than when I'm on the job and free of charge. What do you have to lose? So that's exactly what Yukimasa did. Seeing her became part of his daily routine. And the more time they spent together, the more he learned about her. She'd once been married and planning to start a family, but money troubles led to debt piling on, which led to her husband running out on her. And with the entirety of their debt on her shoulders, she had to start working, which was how she ended up at a brothel. As she told her story, Yukimasa showed a fair degree of sympathy, but took the whole thing with a grain of salt. If everything she said was true, she'd had a hard life indeed, but there was no guarantee it was. Yukimasa made certain not to be openly dismissive or skeptical, though, to play the good listener. There was one thing he could be certain of, though. He felt a tiny bit of solidarity in the woman's solitude. The sense she was missing something. The sense she had a hunger. The sense she had a hole that couldn't be filled. The sense that she was defective. You know, we get on pretty well, don't you think? Maybe you could, I don't know, take me as your mistress? She sounded like she was only playing around, but he still responded with, it's not wise to pair two defectives together. What's that supposed to mean? She said with a scowl. Yukimasa's ship was to depart the following day. And that evening, the woman asked him to stay the night, to which he was unsure of how to react. Don't you have work? I'll just say I wasn't feeling well. It's not like anyone wants me there. But don't you need the... I can survive taking one day off. I want to be with you. And with that, he could come up with no further objections. Regardless of what he did, he would be heading back out at sea to the following day. Likely never to see the woman again. So rather than waste time debating on her own life choices, it would be easier for everyone if he just let her do as she pleased. Tomorrow, none of it would be his concern after all. he agreed, and she gave him a big smile in response. Do you think she's the killer? Do you think she's the murderer who's been dismembering people? I'm gonna make you a feast tonight, she said. You're paying, though. Yukimasa wondered if, perhaps, what she wanted the most was to play like they were a real family. That's probably it. What she was missing in her life wasn't love or romance, but someone to sit around the table and enjoy a meal with. But that raised a new question. What happened after she'd had her fun? She found someone to fill the hole in her spirit, but it was fake, and the hole wouldn't stay filled forever. Oh. I'm doing something terribly cruel to her, aren't I? There was nothing he could do about that anymore, though. Even if she were to ask him to stay, he didn't have that option. May I ask you something? He said. Yeah? How did it feel when you lost your family, your sanctuary? You sure know how to go right for the heart. I apologize. I don't want to think about anything that might bring my mood down. If you want to know what it feels like, experience it for yourself. Find yourself a girl and get her to run off on you. Seemingly taking his silence with discomfort, the woman let out a soft laugh and said, But I don't want you to have to go through that. Supper was a seafood stew. Hardly a feast, but there was a homely warmth to the meal. Something she had likely honed over the years. When a man is incomplete, missing a vital part of what makes him human, what becomes of him? Does he lash out? Does he lose the will to live? Does he forget what kind of man he is? Yukimasa didn't think he fit into any of those categories. In the middle of the night, Yukimasa silently slipped out of bed and made his way for the door. Wait! But he didn't make it 2 steps before the woman grabbed him by the sleeve. She must have been awake the whole time. There's no way she could have noticed him leaving otherwise. Don't do this to me. I've had more than enough of waking up to an empty bed, and I'm not gonna let it happen again, not this time. You may think sneaking off without a word is the cleanest way to end things, but you're wrong. Stay until morning. Let me say a proper goodbye. No, I wasn't. You weren't what? Of course you were. I don't care if you think of me as free tale for the week, or you're just gonna forget about when it's over. I'm using you for my own personal satisfaction too. But the one thing I won't stand for is you just up and disappearing on me. You're not the one being left behind, so you don't understand how worthless and pathetic that makes you feel. It hurts. It hurts so much more than anything else you could do. Don't leave me. That was probably what she wanted to say more than anything else. The loneliness that had created a hole in her heart was making waves, and this was the real desire that lay hidden in her words. She didn't want to be alone anymore. I'm not leaving. I'll be back. There's something I wanted to give you, and I was just going to get it. And what would that be? It's my way of showing gratitude. I think the word you're looking for is present? Yes, that. Her eyes were locked with Yukimasa's. She was staring through the darkness in an attempt to ascertain how truthful he was being. After 10 or 15 seconds of glaring, she let him go. It won't be long, he said with a smile. As he walked down the moonlit port, Yukimasa's mind raced. No one truly understands themselves more than superficially. Some would say you know yourself best. Others say it's quite the opposite. The concept of the self is full of such uncertainties, contradictions. Yukimasa suspected he was suppressing himself with his self. So, while he had a reasonable grasp on who his outer self was, his inner self was a complete mystery. And that fact sometimes sent a chill down his spine. Who was he? What did he want in life? Which self, which of his desires was the real him? Self, 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 self. He felt sick. About 30 minutes later he was back. Within seconds of him knocking on the woman's door, it was open. She must have been waiting there, anxious for his return. The woman met his eyes, gave him a pouty smile, and then slowly lowered her gaze. Her eyes gradually widened, shooting up and down as they did. I've never been very good about thinking of anyone other than myself. I consider myself proficient enough at conversation. But if I'm not careful, my mind always seems to drift back to myself instead of focusing on who I'm talking to. That said, I've spent a great deal of time thinking about you. The woman took a step back. Yukimasa followed. And I've concluded this is the best way for me to make you happy. She didn't even have time to let out a shriek. There was only the sound of steel slicing flesh, metal grinding against bone, as the nameless katana pierced the woman's breast. Her mouth flapped open and shut, while her eyes were held wide open, fixed on the man standing before her. Faint gasps escaped her lips and sputters. Perhaps she wanted to scream. Perhaps she wanted to cry and shout and say this wasn't what she wanted. I guess that he might have been the killer without knowing how. But I don't know if that's realistic, or if it's just he was inspired by the murder or whatever. But there wasn't enough strength left in her emaciated body to do either. As blood spilled down the sides of her lips, she mustered the last scraps of her strength. And with it, she forced out her parting words, carefully chosen and enunciated to ensure he heard every last one. You pitiful man. What kind of hopeless fool would throw their life away just to kill a worthless prostitute? She cursed him as her life slipped away. Yukimasa, however, let out a laugh and muttered, Don't you worry. I still have enough control to not act sheerly on impulse. Hey, Yukimasa. Hear about that whore you've been banning? She's killed last night, cut to pieces like the others. Swears like trouble follows you wherever you go. Lord almighty, stay away from me, man. I don't want to catch the attention of whatever evil spirit's taking a liking to you. He is just a murderer, isn't he? That was probably best. He would be safer keeping his distance. Yukimasa gazed idly out at the port town as it faded out of view. He then turned toward the ocean. The vast, familiar blue expanse. The waves against the boat sounded vaguely like splashing blood. Can I ask you something, Pauline? Yukimasa said in the warm embrace of his sweetheart. Anything. What would you think if I were actually an unspeakably evil man? Huh? Where'd that come from? She asked with a smile, evidently assuming the question was in jest. Idle curiosity. Well, bad people come in all shapes and forms. What sort of bad things would you do? How about committing murder? Deceiving people. The words that came from Yukimasa's mouth were not the ones he prepared to say, which came as a surprise even to him. Why had he not been able to say what he had wanted? What reason could he have possibly had? Did he not want to raise any suspicions? No, that wasn't it. Is being dishonest really evil? Sure, it's bad if you lie to cheat someone out of their money or cause them pain, but no one's perfectly honest with everyone they meet. I try to be straightforward and truthful as best as I can, but I'm sure I slip from time to time. So listen to me, Yukimasa. Pauline gave a wide, infinitely loving smile. Even if you have something to hide, something you're ashamed to tell me, that won't change how I feel about you. You've got nothing to worry about. Besides, I plan to be with you for years and years to come. You want to know what my life's dream is? I'd love to. My dream is to live out a long, quiet life with you. I don't need anything extravagant. Just an ordinary life, slowly growing older, having 3, maybe 4 children. We'd never fight, and eventually, before I knew it, I'd be an old lady thinking, it was an uneventful life, but it's the best I could have asked for. That's the life I want. And what about you? Oh, now he understood. He didn't want to risk cracking the foundation she provided him. The sanctuary she formed around him. Yes, I too wish for a peaceful life with you. And that's why it makes it all the more ironic that he kills her. Okay, interesting. Okay, the painting's ramblings. This one's gonna be interested. Like, if it's... Let's see what this is gonna be. Because, I mean, going by it, it should be the 3rd door, right? Why, hello there, Giselle. Doing your rounds again? Such a diligent young lady you are. You'll get away with cleaning this place once every couple decades and no one be the wiser. What? You're not Giselle? To someone else? Oh, no, you. You're just the maid? And who am I, you ask? Well, this is quite the pickle. What on earth could have happened while I was dozing off? Okay, so this is not related to... what was I talking about? Why would we learn? This whole game has been focused on Jacopo. Of course, okay. Maybe he has like a separate scenario then. You think you're just a maid, and you think that you're the witch at the same time? You've forgotten just about everything, and I don't think anything I say is gonna fix that. You do seem a bit mellower now and not so constantly miserable. Wasn't sure what to say to you before, or if I should say anything at all. So I didn't say much out of consideration for you. Not that you could really tell from looking at me, I guess. If forgetting takes the weight off ya, maybe it's for the best. Not that I think you should forget, and not that I want you to forget about Michelle. But I won't blame you for choosing not to spend God knows how much longer agonizing over it. Nothing wrong with bending a ship, especially considering how long you spent on it. And hey, it hurt me too, seeing you in so much pain. So we both come out on top here, I guess. What a kind painting, you say? Well, thank you kindly. But the truth is, I'm not nearly as upstanding a guy as people think I am. And it was us Ballingers and I don't know why. I love that last name. Ballinger. Ballinger. It makes me want to say it constantly. And it was us Ballingers that turned your life upside down and caused you all this misery and suffering. Yeah, I know. The first dumbfounded smile was testament enough. Everything I say is going in one ear and out the other, which means I'm free to say whatever I want. By the time tomorrow rolls around, you'll have forgotten all about the curious talking painting you chanced upon today. So I'll start with this. It's a huge relief to see you smiling again. It's not the smile of someone right in the head, I can see that much. But it's a lot easier on the eyes and the heart than how you were before. Like I said, I'm a real winner. I'm not particularly concerned about putting up appearances here. Call me heartless if you will, you wouldn't be wrong. I'm not gonna pretend I'm some saint, but at the same time, I'm not going to play like I'm a cackling villain either. If there's something I don't want people to see, though, it's me looking weak. I'm the laid-back guy without a care in the world. That's who I want people to see when they look at me. My big brother was your standard cookie cutter, you can count on me for anything kind of brother. I mean, that ended up not being the case, but he sure looked the part. And Michelle, he always looked up to D. Went to him for everything, gave him all his love. He was tall and well-built, muscular, everything about him screamed manly man. And I kinda admired that too. Though not nearly as much as Michelle did. I became a painter in part because I didn't want to follow in my brother's footsteps. Not to say I don't like painting, I love it, but people weren't gonna be inclined to compare us as often. I didn't have to be as fit as him or as good at chess, I had my own thing to be good at, art. I couldn't beat him at his own game, so I beat him at mine. And my whole not a care in the world deal was probably, at least on some level, a shield against having to admit I couldn't compare. If we were a few years further apart, maybe I could have just had the same admiration and respect for him as Michelle. But there's not much getting past that boyish competitiveness when you're so close in age. I know I've been rambling at you for a while already, but would you mind sticking around a little longer? Great. I got an old story I'd like to get off my chest. It's something I was planning to take to the grave, and not something I don't think Giselle ever needs to know, but, well, you say you're not Giselle anymore, and I'm already in the grave, so what the hell? Yeah. It's like, I'm already dead. I can tell her. Well, who cares? I'm not gonna get more dead. I'm just gonna talk to myself a bit here, so, and if you'd kindly forget anything you may overhear, that'd be lovely. Back before I became a painting, I was the head of the Bollinger family, so I spent most of my time painting. It really wasn't a job for me though, a guy who half-assed his way straight through life, so I left all the businessy stuff to my wife, Amy. Now she was a real capable girl. And a psychopath. The most detestable person on the planet, Amy, the real villain of this game, holy crap. If she'd been born a guy, she would have made one heck of a diplomat. Possibly even called the King's Eye. Before we were married, she'd had a bit of a fling with Dee, which she felt real bad about later. Now that's a lie! That's a lie! There's no way she felt bad. Probably didn't help that I had a tendency to bring it up from time to time. Not all the time, just occasionally. Yeah, bully her with it! Do it! That aside, she was a faithful, hardworking partner. It didn't take long for us to become known as the dope and his bride. And his able bride, to which Amy would always interject, George is a very capable man, thank you very much. Now, that probably makes it sound like I just shoved all the work on running the house onto her, but in truth, she wanted the job. She quite enjoyed it, so who was I to complain? It also meant I didn't have to deal with one of the family's more significant dilemmas, namely my mother. Not to be crass, but Mom was not quite all there. She'd always been a bit of a nervous wreck, and it didn't take much to set her off. But it was what happened with Michelle that finally broke her. Mom had, I guess you could say, a very particular image of what she wanted Michelle to be, and he ended up not fitting that image. Now, you're probably thinking, that doesn't seem like such a big deal, but it is. I just can't tell you why. Wow! Very nice of you not to air out your brother's dirty laundry. Very, very nice of you. Michelle has to be the one to tell you. Oh, my heart. I love you, George. You're a good guy. He's a good guy. He tried. He really tried. The odds were against him. Anyway, some bad stuff went down, and at the end of it all, Mom was constantly hovering over the edge. Dad gave up on her entirely, and I just wasn't sure how to approach her, so I kept my distance. Aimee was the only one of the family who would actively engage with Mom, so while she had betrayed me once, I had come to trust Aimee again. We had a couple kids, I turned into a doting father, and life was swell. All my problems swept under the rug, Mom's condition, Michelle. I left it all to Aimee and enjoyed a pleasant, carefree life. But then, Giselle, or I guess you're just a maid now. Not long after, Michelle died. My oh my. You really aren't Giselle anymore, huh? So back to my rambling. Michelle died and I got furious at Dee over it. Yeah, so, Michelle was killed by his brother. But I keep coming back to that. Who really deserved the brunt of the blame in that situation? It's nice and comfy to sit back and do nothing. You can throw blame around all you want. It wasn't your fault, after all. You're the one who killed him, you know? It wasn't long afterwards that Dee died too, killed on the battlefield. I was told he died a very noble death, but I couldn't help but think he was in a hurry to escape. Listening to the news, I kept telling myself, I shouldn't have snapped at him like that. I shouldn't have blamed him. Dee had to choose between protecting Mom or protecting our brother, and he settled on Mom. He was too hard-headed to come up with a way to protect them both, though even if he had, it was too risky. He served the church directly, and we were all under his thumb. If word spread that one of our own had supposedly sold his soul to the devil, that would be the end of the Bollinger family. I wouldn't have escaped unscathed either. Losing both of my brothers in quick succession crushed me. And as I started breaking down, it was, you guessed it, Aimee who comforted me. It's terrible what happened, but it's not your fault. But it's partly your fault, Aimee. Sorry. I'm never gonna stop blaming her. I'm never gonna stop hating her. I swear. I swear. If there's one thing you know, it's that I hate Aimee, okay? I was around when I began sensing something was off. I mean, she'd had a thing with Dee. You'd expect she would have been bawling her eyes out right alongside me. Bitch crazy! You stuck your penis in crazy, boy. So why on earth was she so calm? But I didn't press her on it. I knew I wouldn't get an answer even if I did. And I also didn't have much of a right to question Aimee when I was pushing all my problems onto her. Doubly so, knowing that opening my dumb mouth would have done this to Dee in the first place. Before long, we went back to our normal routine. About 8 years after Michelle's death, Mom was gone too, and the Bollinger family was down to me, Aimee, and our 2 sons. I had started teaching the boys how to paint, and I loved every minute of it. And then one day I started feeling unwell. My fingers would get kinda tingly, such that holding a brush for long periods of time would hurt. So gradually my time spent both teaching and painting dwindled, and even leaving the manor became difficult. At first, I just thought it was a little strange, nothing to be worried about. But then it started getting real bad, and I'd be stuck in bed for days at a time. We called the doctor to look at me, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Aimee said that I must be overworking myself, and she made me these nice, hearty meals, hoping to bring back my energy. But my condition only got worse. Eventually, I started losing my appetite. But Aimee, she insisted I eat anyway, or I would never get better. So you know what I did? I tossed out the meals she made when she wasn't looking. I sent my younger boy out to town to buy me food in secret. And for a while, I ate that instead of Aimee's meals, making sure it looked like nothing had changed. She was poisoning him! The unmitigated gall of this fucking woman! I swear to God! And after a week or two, the tingling in my fingers started going away. I could only laugh. Laugh and grit my teeth, then cry my eyes out. I made a life with this woman, trusted her, and she goes and does this. Anger and sorrow were drowned out by raw heartbreak. At my firstborn, he was getting to be about the age he could take over. Which is why I'd used my younger son to run errands for me. I couldn't be sure the two weren't working together. I was at a total loss. What are you supposed to do when your wife's trying to poison you to a slow death? Even now, I'm not sure what the right course of action in that situation would have been. Maybe I could have banished her, had her punished, but remember, I was only head in name. She handled everything, and there was no way I would have been able to pick up the pieces after throwing her out. And if my suspicions were right, and my older boy was in on it too, getting rid of Aimee wouldn't have solved anything. What then? Spend the rest of my days living in fear of my own family? I was, by that point, worn pretty thin, both physically and emotionally. Every thought led me to the worst possible outcome. I couldn't for the life of me come up with a workable solution. Eventually, I got it into my head that it was punishment, that I deserved it. Obviously, what Amy was doing wasn't right, but my hands weren't exactly clean either. Maybe Mom could have recovered if I had looked after her. Maybe Dee would still be alive if I'd put myself in his shoes instead of just snapping at him. Maybe if I'd given everyone the care and attention they deserved, Michelle wouldn't have had to die. Burying your head in the sand doesn't absolve you of responsibility, and when I finally realized how great a sin inaction was, it was far too late. I'm dumb, short-sighted, and I hated myself for not figuring that out sooner. It should have been stupidly obvious what my action and inaction were doing to the people around me. I should have seen all of this coming. Yeah, Amy had betrayed me, but she wasn't the only one guilty of that. When I was going through Michelle's stuff after his death, I came across a painting that had been torn to shreds, that I had made. By refusing to use my head, I'd done something that denied his identity, and he left this world still carrying the pain I'd caused him. By the time I had come to that conclusion, I wondered why I was even alive at all. I couldn't blame anyone for wanting me dead, so I started eating Amy's meals again, knowing good and well it would likely kill me. I didn't stop sending my younger boy out though, just not for food. I also strongly encouraged him to move out and become a court artist. Then I started painting again. It was going to be my final piece. Every day, the tingling in my hands spread a little farther. My breathing grew a little more labored. I was afraid I might not finish while I was still able to get out of bed, but I somehow managed. It was the most harrowing experience I'd had painting something in my entire life. True to her facade, Amy stayed at my side until my last breath. She held my hand tight, giving me a strange smile. It didn't occur to me at the time, but Amy always seemed to be smiling no matter what. In a way, it's kind of impressive how she managed to keep up the loving wife act while simultaneously loading me up with poison. Tell me, Amy, how deep did your poison flow? When you were looking after Mom, did you talk about Michelle? Knowing you probably figured out he was still alive. And I bet you read his final letter to her. It was you who pushed her to set everything in motion, wasn't it? There were so many things I wanted to say, but I saved my tongue and made these my parting words. I love you so much, Amy. So I asked you this. Keep my last painting in memory of me. I have no idea if she actually did as I requested, but the last thing I saw before I passed was her nodding, a smile on her lips. The paint I used to make it, I mixed with a special something I had my younger boy go out and buy for me. A substance that, according to what I was told, slowly dissolves into the air, making it toxic. And it has some sort of reaction with the paint as well, turning it almost black. I'm quite proud of how it turned out, if I do say so myself. Wow. Wow. Holy shit, he resolved to take his family out. Oh, boy. Oh, fuck, dude. You know what? You know what, George? Accepted. It was a gorgeous landscape painting. Sorry for rambling at you for so long. That's the end of my story. Were you even listening to me? What? You have to go clean the fireplace? Well, alright, don't let me keep you. Just please make sure you forget everything by tomorrow, alright? I'm counting on you. I know. Why even say anything, right? I want it to someone. I just don't want anyone to actually know about it. The human heart's a big ball of contradictions like that, you know? You don't? Okay. Well, see ya. It'll be another few decades before you come by again, I imagine. And when you do, it'll be our first time meeting again. Will you even be able to hear my voice anymore by then? Maybe it'd be best if I forgot everything too. Who knows? So long, maid. And take care. When an angel comes to judge me, how will his scales tilt? Towards forgiveness or towards reckoning? But, you know, I don't want it to be an angel who makes that decision. No. You don't have to be an angel. You don't have to be an angel at all. Oh boy. Yeah. That's fair. You know what? Respectable, George. Respectable. It was like, if you're gonna take me down, I'll kill you from beyond the grave. Holy shit. And they're never gonna realize, you know? He didn't say anything. He did like, in their eyes, the man didn't suspect a goddamn thing, you know? And he encouraged his... Yeah. Okay. The last one is just one happily ever after. Let's see what's cooking with this one. I don't know if this one's supposed to be the epilogue. I think it might be. A tale beyond their happy end. Ooh. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Ah! No going back to sleep today, Michelle. Time. What's the time? What, 9? We're meeting at 10. That was my second alarm, wasn't it? Out of bed now, no time to waste. How big of an oaf would I look if I were late because I slept in? Oh yeah. Normally I have no problem waking up, but I had trouble falling asleep last night thanks to my nerves. What am I, a 5-year-old? Breakfast, I can do without. I need to get dressed and cleaned up. Teeth brushed, check. Hair brushed, check. Buttons all lined up properly, check. Tag removed from my new shirt, check. Maybe you could cut your hair and save a lot of time on this routine. Room. A disaster. I was planning to clean it when I got up this morning. That's fine though. It's not like I'm inviting her over. I shouldn't even be thinking of that on our first time out. Oh, come on! How is this your first time? How what? Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Argo. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Okay, all set. Here goes. Yeah, so I was curious, cause yeah, like I was curious, but this ending takes place in 2009. I looked it up. Cause I wasn't sure, but yeah, now that seeing, but that was because like the stuff they showed was so vague. I was like, is this like the 1900s or like, I don't know. It's in 2009. There are memories ingrained in my soul. Were I to tell anyone, they might think I was mad, or maybe that I had been reading too many new age self-help books, or possibly even that I was a member of a shady cult. But in any event, it likely wouldn't give many people a good impression of me. In my memory of my past life, the soul was held in great regard and the church wielded nearly absolute power. But neither of those things were true of the present day. While people had more freedom, more choices, and more opportunities than ever before, there were things that they had lost no longer accepted. That the soul was real. That miracles actually happened. That there was still so much about the world we didn't know, didn't understand. People these days were simply not inclined to accept such truths. But I wasn't particularly troubled by the fact that few were likely to believe me. I didn't feel alone in my knowledge. Because I wasn't. Because on that day we found each other again. Like, it's just their clothes, just... I guess it's mostly Giselle's outfit that kind of threw me off. Maybe she's like in a work uniform or something. It just looks very straight, like, I don't know. Like, Michelle just looks like he's wearing like a normal coat and shirt or whatever, but like Giselle's outfit looks very kind of, I can't tell what time it's supposed to be from. She turned toward me, the very same Giselle from my memories. And just as I recognized her, she too knew exactly who I was. For the two of us have memories. Memories ingrained in our souls. And no longer do those memories serve as shackles. If I can keep up this pace, I should make it right on time. Thank goodness. Please, for the love of all that's holy, don't growl in front of her. In a turn of events that can only be described as miraculous, we were reunited after nearly 1,000 years. It was the sort of dramatic moment you might see at the end of a movie or a novel. The point at which the story was finished and nothing more needed to be told. But our lives continued on past that moment. An uneventful, hardly noteworthy succession of days. Nothing particularly different from what you might find in any other random person you chose off the street. But it was that little fistful of happiness we'd sought for so many years. We were just two ordinary people now. There's no drama or excitement in the tale that follows. Only a small slice of two regular lives. And thank fuck for that! Jesus! It had only been about a week since our reunion. And while I would have loved to grab Giselle by the hand and take her home with me right then and there, I couldn't simply uproot her from her own life. Both of us were busier than we'd been in the Middle Ages, myself with work and her with university. So after that, we quickly caught each other up in our present life situations, exchanged contact information, and agreed to meet up the following week. Wow. This is so like... Oh wow! You have a phone now, Michelle? That's great! Please, talk to me on it. I then walked her to the station, and that was the end of that. A rather underwhelmingly mundane conclusion to such a dramatic, tearful reunion. I can just imagine it. So what are you doing now? I surely hope you're not being held captive by your family again. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. Especially coming right after I'd said I want to spend my days with you, with that smile always at my side and nothing to get in our way. Though I suppose it shouldn't have come as any surprise that reality wasn't as simple as fairy tales. That meant today would be our first chance to spend any real quality time together. Hence the butterflies in my stomach and having not gotten much sleep last night. By all accounts, I had no reason to be nervous. We knew each other better than perhaps two people ever should. Yes. Yes. That's very accurate. Yes. But it was different. This is now. We weren't just in a new era. We've been given entirely new lives. Not a second late. Am I here first? Thank goodness. I want to start off on the right foot here, and keeping her waiting is not the way to do that. But thankfully, Oh, Michelle! Yes, does this look like something people would wear in 2009? Am I just out of... Am I just out of head? I love it, though. I love it, though. That's very cute. Very, very, very chic. Not make it here before her! Good morning! Oh my god! Ooh, jeez. It's so weird to see him. It's so weird to see him. So, what do I call? Not gremlin? No, what do we call this? It's so weird to see him like well groomed. I'm sorry. Okay. Are you feeling okay? Your red is a beat and you're breathing pretty heavily. And never for butter. Well enough to do a little running, in fact. You ran all the way here? There's no need to rush. I didn't want... I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Oh no, not at all. You're here right on time. I suspected you might show up early, so I wanted to be here at least 5 minutes beforehand. I suppose I did show up a bit early. When did you get here, exactly? About 5 minutes ago, I think. Now the truth? 9:30. That's way too early! I was just, you know... I was so eager to see you again. I'm sorry, I let myself get a bit too excited, didn't I? No, it's fine. I mean, I hardly slept for the same reason, so... Anyway, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. No worries. I spent the extra time in the cafe right there, and I couldn't have been happier. Happier about waiting? Absolutely. You can see the station's entrance through the cafe's windows, and as I'm sitting there giddily imagining you out there among the crowds looking for me, that 30 minutes went by before I even knew it. Is that so? Was that creepy? I love them. No, not creepy at all, just... My heart may have skipped a beat. I love them. My scrunkly, my blorbos. Ah! And don't forget, I'm a pro when it comes to waiting. Don't bring that up! Don't! That's so sad. That's so sad. What the hell? Half an hour may as well be half a second. I'll try and avoid keeping you waiting in the future. I'd appreciate that. So, what's the plan? You said you were gonna choose where we went. Yeah. Today's schedule was all on me, at my own request. For one, I wanted to show her I could be more proactive than in the past, and for two, I wanted her to just be able to enjoy the day without worrying about anything else. After all, this was our first date. We've known each other for 1,000 years, and we're only now going on a date. shall we start with the movie then?
Ooh, I like that idea. I haven't been to the cinema in a while, but it's just not the same watching on a TV at home. Hehe, I can't wait.
I was afraid it might come off as too safe, but Giselle seems fond of the idea. Thank you, whoever invented movie theaters. And thank you, whoever wrote that dating manual. Oh, my cringe fail son. Oh, my cringe fail son.
So what are we gonna see?
Oh.
Oh?
What should we see?
So you only decided on a movie and not a specific one, Michelle? I thought you wanted to go because you had something in mind.
Sorry. Too focused on figuring out where to take you. Took 2 steps out of the gate. I love them. What the fuck? These 2 people are so... I love...
Oh, don't beat yourself up. It's fine. Finding something to see once you're there is fun too.
Let's do that then. We'll go to one of the bigger theaters, something with a large selection.
Perfect. Michelle, very, very silly question for you.
Yes?
Are you someone who gets popcorn at the theater?
Well, she wasn't lying about how silly it was. That said, my empty stomach appreciates her bringing up the subject of food.
Michelle?
Right. Not usually. I prefer to focus on the movie.
Oh, really? I like to have a bag to munch on while I'm watching personally.
By all means.
Is that gonna bother you hearing me crunch in your ear?
Not particularly, no. If it were anyone else, then maybe. I'm in a popcorn mood today myself, so I'll get a bag as well. Can't fight this hunger any longer.
Oh, alright then. We'll get one salted and one sweetened. Ooh, the ticket counter's open. Have you decided what we're seeing?
Is there anything you'd like to see? I was thinking you could choose.
I want you to decide, Michelle.
God damn it! They're this kind of couple, aren't they? Ugh. Straights. Sorry. I love them.
I'm curious to see what kind of movie you pick.
I see. Well then... Oh fuck, I guess I pick. An action movie, a romance movie, a horror movie, an animated movie, or a naughty movie? Jesus. What do you guys want? A naughty movie? I kind of want to pick that one. I kind of want to pick that one or horror. Like a horror movie or a naughty movie. I thought that would be funny. Because that's like, it goes so against like his personality. I hate it when the game suddenly presents me with an option. Okay, what kind of Michelle is my Michelle? That's what we're asking here, right? What if I just ask people? I do think horror would be kind of funny, but I think a naughty movie would be even funnier. I don't know. It just seems to go against everything that is Michelle, so I'm like, I would love to see her reaction. She's like, really? You? Are you sure? You didn't misspeak or anything? I mean, I saved. I can always load to see the other ones, but I do kind of want to pick Naughty Movie because that's funny as hell. Also, what does that entail? Like, obviously it can't be like, you know, like wink wonk kind of naughty. Like, it has to be like at most like some 50 Shades kind of deal, right? Like, it can't be more than that, because otherwise they couldn't show it in theaters. I don't even know if 50 Shades was allowed to be showed in theaters, I have to be honest with you. I'm not knowledgeable enough about cinema rules. Like, do they just have to, like, advertise it properly? 6 AM peak. Ooh, good morning, Maxie. Pick a movie. Are we going on a date with the girlfriend? Pick a movie. Pick a genre. You get to pick. Since you showed up at just the opportune time. I want to pick the naughty one, because that would be a very funny. That'd be very funny to me. But let me know what your thoughts are, Maxie. Okay, action movie might also go against. I think honestly anything but the romance movie is gonna be pretty funny to pick. Spicy movie! Okay, that's 2 for naughty movie. I think that's enough justification I need. It's gonna be really funny, I think. She's gonna be like, really, Michelle? Are you sure? The dialogue potential is too good to pass up. Yes! Exactly! We're doing it! Naughty movie! Let's see what happens. How about this one? What? Huh?
Do you really want to see that one?
Yeah, it sounds like an interesting romance.
Busty Maid Paradise! That's the romance!
No! It was even better than I could have bargained for! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Oh my god! Oh my god, the reference! They actually went and did it, the Mad Lads! Max! Giselle was the busty maid. That's the... Giselle is the busty maid! Well, she was in her past life. Now she's just a normal girl, but... Excuse me? I accidentally pointed to the 18+ movie next to it. They're actually playing it off as an accident. No, that wasn't the one I wanted to... Right! Oh, thank goodness I meant the...
Let's do it! Let's watch Busty Maid Paradise! In this timeline, I'm a little bit bisexual!
Oh my god, I laughed so much I'm coughing. Fuck, I was not expecting that. Oh my god. Let's go! Let's what?
I know how hard it must have been for you to work up the courage to ask, and I'm not about to trample on your efforts, Michelle.
Wait, what?
It'll be a little awkward, but I'll try to deal with it.
Whoa, stop! I didn't...
You're a boy, and they didn't have movies like this in our previous life. I completely, totally understand why you want to watch it.
No, please stop, I swear, that wasn't the one I was pointing to. Besides, I'm not a boy, I'm a 27-year-old man, and I've lived in this era long enough to know that there's plenty of more when this came from... But that's not the point!
Oh, no need to be bashful, Michelle.
The smell is scaring the hell out of me.
Now come on, let's get going.
Excuse me! I'd like 2 tickets for Busty Maid Paradise! I like to imagine she yells it really loudly.
It's like, excuse me, good sir! Can you give me...
I'm sorry. I'm making it worse for myself. No, you don't! Why are they even showing this in a damn theater? That's the part I want to know. Oh my god, this is better than I could imagine.
Are you alright, Michelle?
I'll live.
You startled me when you ran out of the theater. And then I find you on the ground outside lying in a puddle of your own nosebleed. You should get some rest. There's a bench right there.
I'm determined to fuck up this date so bad. I'm determined. It's gonna be the worst date ever. I'm sorry about everything.
I had fun watching your face turn every color of the rainbow, so don't worry about anything. Besides, the busty maids were hot. I'll admit it.
How am I supposed to not worry? It's my job to plan out the date, and I've gone and made a total disaster out of it.
And it was, a very bold film. What we saw of it, at least. I've never seen one of those kinds of movies before.
I'm not sure what I'd even say if you watched them regularly.
Do you watch them very often, Michelle?
What?
I mean, most guys do, right?
Well...
Don't be afraid to tell me. I'm very open-minded. I won't be upset even if you watched them every day.
I see.
Although, now that you have me, I kind of don't really like the idea if you're looking at other women like that. I'll be the busty maid again, I swear. I still have the costume. I don't know why, but it was just in my one day I looked at my closet and my old maid's outfit was just like there. I don't really know where it came from. I'm kidding. Forget I said anything.
Sure.
And no sweet's still going, huh?
Whose fault is that? How did she salvage this? This was a train wreck. Max, when you've known each other for 1,000 years, it's all G, you know.
Oh, thank goodness, it stopped.
Thank something.
I was getting ready to call an ambulance if it went on much longer.
Would make a great punchline to this train wreck of a first date.
Well, now that you're feeling better, what's next on the schedule?
Oh, I see, yeah. So this is okay. I know this has turned into a very conventional dating sim, but Giselle waited for him for 1,000 years as a reanimated corpse inside a ghost mansion. I think they deserve to have some stupid dates at this point. I think they deserve their own dating sim. That's just about a couple doing couple things.
Lunchtime, maybe?
I was thinking we could go to a cafe nearby and relax. Or maybe a park. The weather's quite nice.
Let's go to the park then. I brought lunch for us.
Oh, you did?
Does that mess up your plans?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm thrilled. I love your cooking. Thank you. Also, this is their first date, but he's like, I love your cooking, because he's had it while they were in the mansion. Oh.
This'll be the first time you've had it in a millennium, huh?
Not something you hear every day. Yep. Yeah, when they lived together in the mansion, she made them food. This game made me cry every time. This is so nice to get. Like, genuinely so nice. I don't even know how to explain how cathartic these scenes are.
Oh, I just realized. You're right spending so much time outside. You're still sensitive to sunlight, aren't you? Sorry, I should have asked you sooner, but it completely slipped my mind.
Don't worry, I'm fine. A lot of progress has been made in the last 1,000 years. My doctor has me using special sunscreen, and I make sure to keep a pair of sunglasses on me at all times. Well, it does just still cause slight inconveniences. The difference between before is night and day.
I'm so glad to hear that.
You can actually take care of your light skin now, thank fuck.
I like this spot. There certainly are a lot of people here, though I suppose it is the weekend. Looking out at the beautiful scenery, everyone's just quietly enjoying themselves. Life's good, wouldn't you say? Look at them, you can even nap here.
The weather's great, so I can hardly blame them.
Would you like to join the fun after we eat? My lab is yours for the napping.
What? I would love absolutely nothing more! But I don't want to answer too quickly and come off as clingy or creepy. Plus I feel like it would be rude to sleep on our first date.
Let's spread out the blanket and have lunch then, shall we? I made an assortment of sandwiches.
You snooze, you lose. I love them so much. Thank you very much. These sandwiches were delicious. I love them.
Oh no, it was my pleasure. I'd love to make you something a little more hearty next time. You'll have to come over sometime.
I'd be happy to, but don't you live with your family?
Would that make it too awkward?
I'll wear my best suit and bring a gift.
That would make it even more awkward!
Also, how do you, like, explain that to your parents?
So, we're, like, soul bonded, and... My mom and sister are relaxed, friendly girls.
Wow, she lives in an all-girl household, huh?
Make yourself right at home.
Oh, right! That was how- wait, no, that was how she lived before! She also had a sister and a mom, but no dad. And your father? I know he passed away when she was young in her previous lives.
Oh, my dad.
And I guess it's the same this time around.
Oh god, I forgot about it!
She was so used to having a dead dad that, like, in this life, she's like, right, he's still here. Oh my god, this guy.
He's always like,
if you bring a guy home, I'll make sure he never comes back again. Right, I'm glad to hear he's alive and well.
He's a bit overprotective. I don't think he actually means it, though.
I'll have to meet them eventually. I'll make sure I'm ready for anything.
And, how are your parents, Michelle?
They're doing fine. They live in the suburbs not far from here, and I go back to visit occasionally.
Ooh, neat. Sounds like things are pretty different for both of us this time around. Out of curiosity, are your parents Lady Liddy and Lord Antonin?
I don't think the Lord and Lady is necessary.
Oh, force a habit.
But no, they are not my parents this time. And ever since my memories came back, I've had odd moments of dissociation, where my life doesn't feel like it belongs to me.
Oh yeah, that's happened to me a few times too. Some things are the same as before, but a lot's changed. Sometimes, memories of my old family come back to me, and I start wishing I could see them again. Tell me. Am I any different? I am, aren't I? I can't possibly be the exact same person I was back then. I have a different family, different values. I was raised in a different environment.
The same could be said of me. I have led a very different life than my previous one. I've read that we're always changing, that we're never exactly the same person we were even a second ago.
Oh?
Cells are constantly dying and dividing. Around 10% of the bone tissue in your body is replaced every year. I can hardly be considered the same man I was merely a few years ago, never mind in an entirely different life.
I guess.
And that's just on a physiological level. The mind is the same way. I didn't think and feel the same way as a child that I do now. We are, in essence, in a perpetual state of transformation.
I still think of you as the same Michelle, though.
And not you. That's all there is to it. Well, scientifically speaking, we may be constantly changing. We're still able to recognize each other as each other. And perhaps that is the nature of the soul.
You have such a big brain.
I love the Giselle of a second ago, the Giselle of the present, and the Giselle of every second to come, all as one.
Me too.
She's all red.
Now that is something the old Michelle would never have said.
Look at her and her little cheekies. Oh. Could never have said, I imagine.
Jeez, you. You caught me off guard, and now I'm all flustered.
I can refrain in the future if you would prefer.
No! No! Don't even think about it! Tell me more! I want to hear more!
I'll see what I can do.
Way to kill the mood, Captain Awkward!
Putting pressure on me like that isn't making this any easier. Not sure whose outfit I want more. They're great! They look great, I love them. Michelle is so stylish. I can't believe... Oh my god. He looks so well groomed now, it's so weird.
You really aren't all that different, are you?
Probably not.
I still sometimes wonder if maybe this is all a dream. I honestly wasn't sure we would ever cross paths, that we would ever have this reunion. I even questioned whether anything I remembered was true. Maybe I was just delusional. No one believes in reincarnation past lives today, so it was sometimes hard to believe it myself, you know?
But still you came looking.
For as much as I couldn't believe, I wanted to believe 10 times more. That our time together, that the things I felt, that everything that took place in that mansion wasn't just my delusion. And I'm so glad I did.
As am I. I felt much the same way. I thought I was confused, my mind playing tricks on me, but as time passed and the fog slowly cleared, I felt a strange certainty that I would find you if I went here. And I'm so glad I did.
I wonder what everyone else is up to.
Everyone else?
I mean, we're here, so it wouldn't be that strange if everyone else that was trapped in the mansion were too. On my way to go see you that day, I actually ran into someone who you might have known.
Oh?
A man with wavy hair lost his hat in the wind and I picked it up for him. When he saw me, he asked if we've met before. And the way he talked, it sounded like he was looking for someone.
Huh.
Do you want to maybe see if we can find them?
And do what?
I don't know. Have a class reunion?
Oh my god. We were all tortured for hundreds of years. Do you want to go have dinner? This game is so good. A 1,000-year reunion would be quite the unusual event. I wouldn't mind seeing them, although I don't think we should go out of our way looking. They have their own lives now, much like we ours. We're free from the shackles that once bound us, and we should continue to be free to walk our own paths.
Yeah, you're right. Though I do kind of hope we run into each other sometime. Ah!
Yeah, I agree, Max.
Happy face.
I just wanted to do smiley. I see it.
He looks happy.
If we do, that simply means we were traveling intersecting paths.
I like the sound of that. The hand of fate guides us.
Indeed. Though, to tell you the truth, until recently, I didn't believe in fate or miracles or souls. Anything that couldn't be demonstrated by science.
Oh, you didn't?
Well, I guess it's normal in this day and age. But now that I've experienced it for myself, I can no longer not believe. Okay, Twitch messed it up on my end, and I'm glad it shows up right there.
Yeah, it does.
I just see a happy little Max face. Oh, sorry. I was scrolling on my Twitch chat to see if it was okay, and I accidentally scrolled in the game.
Michelle?
I know I just said we shouldn't go out of our way to look for anyone, but there's one person I'd like to find.
Oh, I know, your brothers.
I said one person. It's Morgana. Though I would like to see them too. I was referring to her. I promised her that when we met again, we'd be friends.
I'd like that too. To see her again, to be friends, and to put a smile on her face.
Let's go find Morgs! Sorry.
Well, I think we've done enough relaxing to last all week. What's next on the schedule? I mean, I wouldn't mind staying here all day if that's what you want.
I was thinking we could head into town and maybe do some window shopping.
Sounds like a plan.
Was there something funny about that?
Just who would have thought the day would come when you would suggest we go out on the town together?
I wasn't holed up in there because I wanted to be. If things were different, I would have had no problem going outside. No! Seek out the morgue. Yeah. No!
If you say so, Michelle.
He's lying. That's a lie. He's a liar. Come on, please show me, Morgana. I'm gonna cry. Please.
Oh, speaking of books. I like books. Have you ever thought about writing anything, Michelle?
Write a novel? Why would I?
You had some rather unique experiences, and I thought they might make a good book.
First of all, I have the writing ability of a 7th grader. That I will believe!
Oh, that's surprising.
Do I look like the writing type?
You're smart. It seems like something you'd be good at.
I'd probably be a much better conversationalist if I were any good with words.
I wasn't actually sure if you realized how bad you were at that.
I can assure you I'm well aware.
But, you know, being able to express yourself verbally and on paper are two completely different skill sets. It may take you an hour to come up with exactly the right words to use, but writing doesn't have a time limit.
Regardless, I don't think I could write about that. How about you? I suspect you might be the better fit for the job.
What, me? I don't think I make a very good writer either. And this is gonna sound silly coming from me as the one who suggested it, but I think it might be best to keep our memories to ourselves. Putting something so personal, so special like that out for all the world to see kind of makes it lose a little bit of that magic, you know?
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And so much of those experiences I could never put into words, no matter what I thought of my own writing ability. Nor am I interested in putting them on display. They're precious in part because they're our experiences, and I like to keep it that way.
Yeah. Well, sounds like we're in agreement, so next topic. We should buy something while we're here. Then we can sit shoulder to shoulder on the sofa and read together.
I have no objections. However, it might be best to buy separately, so we each can have something we can enjoy.
One book! One couch!
What? Was she expecting that they'd buy like 3 couches and like sit across the room from each other reading 2 different books?
A trip down memory lane.
But pardon? When they used to read books together! Come on, Michelle!
You remember that time we sat by the fireplace together, reading from the same book? You were so stiff and cold. That's before we'd fallen in love, even. But that was right about the time we started getting closer. Or, do you not remember?
Of course I do. I remember that day crystal clear. I heated up some awful wine on the fire. Then we made ourselves nice and warm and read a book of adventure stories. As I recall, I was not yet especially kind to you at that point in time. Although I still consider it a happy memory.
In that case, how about we look for something nice and old to spark some more of those memories?
Yes, let's. Ah, we have to find Morgs! Where is she? The search for Morgs, come on.
I can't believe the sun's already set. Why can't there be more time in the day?
Your parents would probably be worried if you were out much longer. Let me walk you to the station. Giselle?
Give me 3 seconds.
That's her phone. I presume she's calling home.
Oh, hey, Mom. I'm up with a couple friends, and you'll never guess what happened. We ran into a few girls I haven't seen since high school. We're gonna be staying the night in one of their houses so we can catch up. I'll be back sometime tomorrow. Yep, I got everything. See ya.
Do you think she was planning to do it?
Well, you heard me.
Do you think she was planning to do that? Do you think she was planning it? She's planning it. She's planning it. I bet my arse that she planned that. This is exactly the kind of shit that Miss Giselle would get up to. And we love her for it. God, I love this woman. You are one lucky bastard, Michelle. Okay? If he has the gall to complain. Are you sure about this? And do you lie to your mother like that all the time?
I just haven't told her I have a boyfriend yet, and I don't have time to have that conversation with her tonight. Unless you don't want there to be a tonight.
I didn't think you were the lying type.
I can be a bad girl when I feel like it. She believed me without a second thought because I'm normally so well behaved. I never given her a reason not to trust me.
And you sure about this?
Would you rather I go home?
I never said that. It's just, we have plenty of time ahead of us. There's no need to rush anything.
I tried to hide it, and probably not done the best job of it, but I've been over the moon all day today. And who wouldn't be? I finally reunited with the man I spent an eternity waiting for. And today's the first day I get to spend any real time with him. It might seem like we have all the time in the world, but you never know what might be waiting around the corner. We've both experienced that reality firsthand.
She doesn't want to wait anymore.
Were you not as excited as me, Michelle? Have I been getting myself worked up all over this all by myself like an idiot? Was I alone in thinking that this would be the most important day of my life?
No, of course not. When I saw your the last thing I wanted to do was let you go home. I wanted to carry you back with me right then and there. But I didn't want to put you in a position where I was forcing you to uproot your own life, possibly getting in the way of your education.
If any time called for a little pushiness, that was it. Yes, that was just an ordinary date. This is just an ordinary date, but it's a miracle it ever happened.
I'm sorry. I want to spend as much time with you as I can, Giselle. Will you stay with me?
Absolutely. Oh, and there's another thing that's changed about you, Michelle. You learned some basic social skills, like reading between the lines.
You act like I wouldn't have been able to figure out what you wanted me to say back then. Okay, you're right. Probably wouldn't have.
I didn't think you'd concede that one.
Anyway, what now? Should we find a restaurant and have supper?
Remember what I said about being pushy? Now's the time. Push me!
Wait, what? Push me! What? Meaning?
You're gonna make me spell it out for you. I want you to...
To...
you know, take me to your...
Of course! I would love to take you back to my... Crap. His house is a ripe old mess! It comes back to bite him in the ass. It's still a complete mess. But if I bring her to a hotel, it looks like that's all I'm in it for. I just need to ask her to wait for a little bit to buy me enough time to at least make it look like a tornado, then just pass through.
Michelle? Oh, let me guess. Your place isn't presentable.
Well, that might be putting it lightly.
How many naughty posters do you have?
Not a one!
What about blow-up dolls?
Even fewer! What do you think I am?
You don't need to hide anything from me, Michelle. No matter how strange your fetishes are, I promise I won't judge you. I swear to God, this woman. Having to read her lines is killing me. I love the old Michelle, and I love the new Michelle, all as one.
I did not expect my declaration of love in the park to be turned around on me quite like this. I swear, there's nothing weird about my place. I've just been so busy with work lately, I haven't had a chance to clean, so it's a bit of a wreck.
Oh, pfft. Well, if that's all it is, I'll gladly help you make it sparkle.
No, I'm not bringing you over to have you clean for me. Please, give me maybe 30 minutes, you can...
Nope.
What?
I'm not spending 30 minutes, even 30 seconds away from you just because your place is a little messy.
It won't be long, I swear.
No doesn't mean not long, it means no! I lied to my mom so I could have this time with you. And think about it. Wouldn't it be better for both of us if I could see you as you are and not how you want to look for me? To help you pave the way for our future.
She's gonna have me under her thumb for the rest of my life, isn't she?
Off we go then! Buy some groceries, then back to your place.
Off we go. It's just like... Come on! Where's the...
And here we... I said I wouldn't judge you, but I don't think I can keep that promise.
What'd I tell you?
Alright, time to roll up our sleeves and make this place shine. Oh, you know, this kind of reminds me of 1,000 years ago. Here's hoping I don't suffocate in a cloud of dust this time. See? That didn't take too long between the two of us.
I apologize for making it take any of your time.
Oh, don't be, really. I'm mostly glad it didn't turn out to be a bunch of gross, rotting food. Swarming with bugs would be a bridge too far, I think. And I can tell you've been busy from all the fic books and stacks of paper.
Fin reference manuals or document stacks are a rarity. Yeah. If you go in, you usually go all in with that kind of stuff. I try to keep as much of this digitally as I can, but a lot of these papers and reports aren't available in any other format.
You're a systems engineer, was it?
Unexpected! Okay. That's right. I was working at a company until a few years back, but I've been keeping steady work as a contractor lately.
Wow. I'm amazed. The Michelle I knew would cower at the sound of the word work and could hardly have survived for 3 days on his own. You know, before I found you, I assumed you'd be a noble like last time.
So you assumed I was a helpless shut-in.
And boy, am I glad you didn't turn out to be King Neat again.
I'm glad to have not disappointed you. She has really low expectations.
I also kind of suspected you'd end up making video games.
I hardly even play games. What gave you that idea?
I'm not sure. Visions of a parallel universe, perhaps?
I'm not even gonna ask. What about you? Do you have a dream job to sell?
I want to open a shop. Maybe it's because I came from a merchant family in my last life, but I've always been interested in running some kind of store. I'm even majoring in economics.
Huh. I like that idea.
If I do manage to get something up and running, I hope you'll help out.
Absolutely. I'll do anything I can if it leads to a brighter future for you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna borrow your kitchen for a bit.
Is there anything I can help with? You made lunch too, so I feel awful doing nothing.
Last I checked, you and cooking were a dangerous mix.
I'd like to think my taste buds are a little more refined this time around.
Hopefully! In that case, I think I'll have to chop the veggies. But I'm the one who puts everything together, okay?
She doesn't believe me. I mean, it is a hard bargain to swallow considering how he was like.
I'm stuffed.
It's wonderful, thank you. Watching you work is like watching someone perform magic.
Was I doing something funny you didn't tell me about?
No, that's not what I meant. Just the way you managed to make everything so perfect without even looking at a recipe.
Well, cooking is kind of a hobby of mine. But I lost a bit of preparation time to cleaning, so I couldn't make everything I wanted to. Next time, I'll make it something real fancy, though.
Like a roast chicken?
Let's save that one for Christmas.
I don't think when we have it makes the sight of just the two of us sitting around a large roast chicken any less ludicrous, though. Oh, yes, shall we open the wine now?
So you only brought me home so you could get me drunk and have your way with me? I'm just kidding.
Only consensually.
What?
Shit! That got her! That got her! It got her! I'm joking. Let's have some wine, shall we?
Never said I wasn't okay with it.
These two are cringe. Cringe! Cringe, cringe, cringe! And it's like... Okay, what now? I will hear it in my heart, but what? What? It's early. Fine. I'm launching it. Sorry. I'm just gonna spam that at him. I am sorry, Mother. Mother and God. My life in a nutshell. It's okay, Hassan. Thank you for the pat. Thank you. Oh, this is still a ways out, but I thought I would mention I'm gonna be moving sometime next year. Wait, is Pad Redeem gone? Is it gone? What? It plays just fine. Is it not on the list? I think it's just a little more. Yeah, you're right. Wait. UI was wait, where is it? No, I'm looking for it. Oh, there it is. It's just a different. I found it. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. Thank you.
Oh, but this is a perfectly fine apartment.
I mentioned my parents lived in the suburbs a little ways from here, right? Well, they're planning to buy a new house soon, so I'll be taking over their old place. No point in letting it sit unused, I figure.
Wow. Is your family rich then?
Not extravagantly wealthier if anything, but reasonably well off.
Looks like nobility runs in your blood after all.
That's the literal definition, yes, but I don't think that's how it works. Anyway, it's bigger than here, so I was hoping you could come join me. Once things settle down at school.
You're asking me to move in with you?
I am.
Absolutely, I'd love to. In fact, I was planning to start bringing stuff over here soon anyway.
She have no shame. Oh, this woman. She have no shame.
I didn't think you'd be the one to ask me.
I figure it doesn't hurt to be pushy every now and then. I love them so much. I love them so much. And my babies. My boo-boos.
Ooh, I'm so excited. Let me know when you have a date. I'll help you with the move.
Certainly. I'm quite looking forward to it as well.
Oh, I loved him. I loved him. Thank you for letting me use your shower, Michelle. And your clothes.
No problem. Although they are rather big on you. I feel a little tight around the chest. Indeed! Boobalicious maid! Boob maid! Maid boob boop.
Oh, it's kind of starting to race now. In a different house, wearing different clothes with a different smell.
Smell? I'm pretty sure that's clean. Should I get you something else?
No, no, they don't smell. They smell like you, which makes me smile. Oh god, what am I saying?
Oh, I forgot to mention. I only have one bed.
The perfect number.
Well then, right this way.
After you.
Aww.
Hey, Michelle, are you nervous?
Not at all. We slept together before in the past.
Oh, yeah, I suppose we have, but this time feels a little different. My heart's pounding like crazy.
I take it back. I'm nervous.
Hey, can we hold hands?
Damn. Girl! I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Sure.
I want you to know I'm the happiest girl in the world right now. So happy I'm scared I'll wake up and it'll all be a dream. Or tomorrow will come and it'll all be torn away from me.
I thought I was supposed to be the warrior ward. You the eternal optimist.
Normally.
You have nothing to fear. I'll never let go of this hand again.
No bandaging on me or pushing me away or anything like that, okay?
I promise. Let's make this happiness into something that lasts forever. You and me, together.
Not getting bored of me once I'm over the hill either.
I'd never. Besides, I'll be making it there well ahead of you.
I expect you to grow up to be the classiest 40-something in town, and don't you forget it.
I'll try not to disappoint you.
Hey, Michelle. I love you. More than anything in the world. Thank you so much for finding me in this life.
And thank you for waiting so long and never giving up. Both in this life and the last. Giselle, I love you too.
Good night, Michelle.
Oh.
Wake up! Wake up, Michelle.
So bright. I thought I shut the curtains.
Morning, sleepyhead!
Giselle. Good morning.
Ah, wait. Forget that. Do-over. Good morning, master. I hope you slept well.
I can say without a doubt, I've never slept better, nor woken to a more pleasant sight my entire life. And so their happy ending continues on. It does! It did! But where's Morgs? Morgs!
I believe I'm on the second floor. Oh, yes, there.
Is she the one, like, wait.
But I need my key to get in. The landlord should be able to help me with that. He lives upstairs, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my, why hello there. Are you a new neighbor? Yes, I moved in today.
Were you not told where to find your key?
It was a rather sudden move, so perhaps I was missed under confusion.
Oh, is that so? Well, your key's right there here, darling. On the back of your mailbox door. Here you are.
Thank you.
You don't smile much, do you, darling? It's a real shame. You're very pretty.
I've just never been very good at it.
Practice makes perfect.
Thank you for your assistance, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Good day.
Oh, why, thank you too, darling.
Well, I should go.
Before you go, make sure to stop by and say hi to the landlord.
I assumed you were.
Oh, heavens, no. I live on the 3rd floor. The landlord's one level up on the very top floor.
My apologies for the confusion.
It's the weekend, so he should be home. He recently took over for his parents. And my oh my, he's the prettiest young man I've ever seen. I'm not sure how a man would take to being called pretty, but I'll be darned if there's a better word to describe him. If I were another 30 years younger, I might have tried to go after him myself. You can't be, what, 15, 16 years old? Still in high school and already living on your own. You made me fast, darling. Are your parents?
I have a lot to unpack, so I should really get going.
Oh dear, so sorry for keeping you. If you need anything, just give me a shout, okay? Or the landlord. I'm sure he'd be happy to help too. It's a pleasure meeting you, darling.
You too, ma'am.
It has to be Morgana.
She's a bit overwhelming.
I hope the landlord isn't quite so boisterous.
She said he was a pretty young man.
Well, I should at least say hello.
I can leave my bags inside and unpack when I'm done. Oh, a butterfly. How'd you get in here? It's moving kind of sluggishly. Don't worry. I'll get you back outside where you belong. Take care. This is the place. I'm not looking forward to this. Too many new people in one day. Huh. Coming! It'll be just a second. A woman's voice? But the landlord's a man, isn't he? Maybe his sister or wife? I'll get it. Wait, that voice. Fully the new girl. We should both go out to greet her. Huh. Yep, you were right. It's our new neighbor. It's a pleasure to have you. And yay! Look at them. We meet again. I'm dead. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Kill me now. I want to see her. How dare you not show me? How dare you? How dare you? Okay, gift. That's gotta be the last one. Okay, come on. Please, come on. Come on, guys. Tell me you put in extra stuff. They didn't. Wait, what? There's like this, and then there's like an extra page for some reason? Strange. That was a lot. I think, okay. Oh, backstage. I think that's just an extra thingy? Or was that the one we already did? Okay, that was, no, I think this is the same version of what we read. Yeah, this is a different, this is a similar one to the one we did in the first game, I think. I think this is a new one, though. Pretty sure this is a new one, though. Guess it's time for the obligatory backstage segment. I'm not really in the mood right now, so I'll just make this quick. Off to see Michelle, then. Ah! Woo! Ah! What the? Something just zoomed past me. Jaren, enter stage left! Hey there, Morts! Haven't seen you in forever. You're getting real big, huh? You must be getting pretty close to my age by now. But hoo boy, that's one mean-looking get-up. Something got you in a bad mood? It was little more than a bad mood that turned me into a witch. What are you even doing here? Is there something wrong with that? You tell me. Look at the background art. Look at me. This is the cursed mansion. Details. Wouldn't be much of fun of an extra if you got caught up in silly quibbles like internal consistency. I suppose, but... And if you ask me, you're the one who doesn't belong here, Morgs. Huh? What is that supposed to mean? The story this time around was from before the mansion went all spoopy and gloomy and creepy crawly. So I say... Yes? Let's blow this joint. What? Hey, stop pulling on my arm. We've landed, Captain. Why here? Why am I so young? Because this is the Morgs we all know and love. Changing what I look like doesn't change what I am. I'm not a foolish little girl anymore. I think it's an adorable combination. Mini cursing Morgs, I'll take a dozen. I'll have you know I'm not for sale. Ugh, it's impossible to keep my footing around you. Thanks, Morgs, I try. That wasn't a compliment. Ah, I almost forgot. That's one other thing I wanted to change, just for the extra. Huh? Change what? Scars go away, come again another day. Whee! All healed. Hey! You can't just nursery rhyme my scars away. Do you have any idea how much suffering they've cost me over the years? What's the big deal? If it hurts, isn't it better if it's gone? Plus, I was told anything goes, because this is an extra. I've reached enlightenment. I'm just wasting my energy trying to fight you, it seems. That's the spirit. Embrace the extra and have fun. No one will be able to embrace the extra as much as you. Just because I've surrendered doesn't mean I'm magically having fun. You're as hard-headed as ever, Morgs. Well, what can you do? Anytime, time to visit some backstage stuff. Let's go talk to people. First up is the main character of A Requiem for Innocence, Jackie! Oh, you're going alone. Oh, come on! At least give it a little thought. I've given it centuries of thought, thank you very much. Aw. I never thought you liked Jackie, Morgs. I despise him. Weird. I remember the two of you being like two peas in a pod.
Sorry.
There were a few incidents after you died, to put it lightly. So if you wish to speak with him, you can do so without me. I don't care how much you pull. I'm not going, and that's that. Fine. Thank you. I'll bring Jackie here, then. By the power vested within me, I summon thee, Jackie!
Ah! What happened? What? Jaren and Morgana? Have you gotten younger? And your face healed.
Hey there, Jackie! Whoa, what's with the duds? You look kind of like the Lord. That's so wild.
Because I am the Lord.
Weird. My Lord was Francois, not you.
Well, there were a few incidents after you died. I like that they just keep telling her the same shit. That's so funny. Hilarious knee slapper, to put it lightly.
Huh. Well, either way, this is the backstage, so I'd rather you be the Jackie I always knew.
Excuse me? I cannot simply become someone else.
And quit talking so stuffy. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies.
The boy I used to be died many years ago. I'm no longer a foolish child with his head in the clouds.
Geez, you're both stubborn as mules, aren't you? I bet Morgs is super uncomfortable with you in that outfit. So back you go.
Fine. Whoop! Whoop! Are you happy now?
Getting closer. You're hanging halfway off the screen. Just so you don't get any stupid ideas. I'm not going to be nicer to you just because you changed clothes.
Then what was even the point?
Come on, guys. You gotta set the place on fire if you keep throwing around sparks like that. Maybe you'll chill out if a bit of the rest of the gang's here.
You're not planning on bringing everyone back, are you?
You bet I am. Can't have a reunion of the slum crew without Boss and Beefcake.
Wait, slow down.
Okay, team, let's get going.
Let go of me, damn it.
You're coming too, Morgs.
I'm perfectly fine here.
Full speed ahead!
Hey guys, been a hot minute.
It sure has. Beefy as ever, I see.
You look as dopey as I remember.
And hey to you too, boss. Still the hottest girl in town.
Thanks. You haven't changed a bit, I see. That said, what's he doing here?
Hey, Dracian! Welcome to the Dreamland. How are you doing? How's it going?
We're good. We're doing good. We're playing the weird joke scenario right now. And boy, do it be weird. I don't know how to feel about this.
No way. You're not happy to see Jackie either? I thought you two were super duper close.
She's gonna say, you missed a few incidents after you died, girl.
Apparently the whole world turned upside down, the way everyone's talking about it.
Water under the bridge, everyone. There's a behind-the-scenes extra, whatever the hell that means. So let's have fun with it, like good old times. I find it hilarious. Gratian was like, arguably the one who was like, after Morgana, of course, after Morgana, the worst affected by Jacopo's bullshit. So it's like, it's so funny to see him be the first one to just go, ah, it's fine, we don't care.
I like the way you think, Beefcake.
Hell yeah. May I say something? Go for it. You tried to assassinate me. If anything, you should be begging for forgiveness.
Oh yeah, that did happen, huh?
Yes, it happened. And because of it, I started seeing ghosts and my console got killed and I just about lost my goddamn mind. What's done is done. Water under the bridge. You can't just erase years of agony with a few words.
Beefcake had some beef with Jackie and ended up roast beef.
Haha, you're a genius. Was that all my suffering was? The punchline to a bad joke.
Anyway, that's how we're doing things. Whoosh! Right under the bridge for you too, boss. Let's have fun. I don't think I'm gonna be any nicer to him just because this is an extra. Mosh was just saying the same thing. I only got a quick overview of what happened after I died. But I think you of all people could have given Jackie a little more benefit of the doubt. What he really needed was someone who'd believe him through thick and thin.
Dude has serious child bully syndrome. Who says what's in the past is in the past? Yeah, like, a lot happened. That's all I'm saying. A lot happened, okay? A lot.
Near the end, rather than just listening to Mel, was it? You should have given your old friend Jackie a chance to explain.
Did Jaren just say something sensible? Are we gonna die now? Like, twice? Wait. How do you even know about Mel?
I intercepted signals from the great beyond.
Wait, I forgot. Anything goes here.
If you're only talking about the Requiem time frame, then yeah, maybe you could argue I didn't trust him as much as I could have. But we have a whole nother life under our belts you don't know anything about. I got 2 eras worth of hatred for this bastard. Ah, you mean the third door? Once again, how the hell do you know about that? The great beyond!
She's far beyond any of our comprehension, at least.
The point is, in that life, his family killed my family. That's just his family, though. Jackie didn't have anything to do with that, did he?
Ugh. He made me just damn maid.
To take care of you, right? Ugh. Jackie isn't a black-hearted villain.
You don't have to tell me that. It's just too much I can't brush under the rug.
Oh, that's sad. Not every day we get the whole gang back together, so I was hoping we could make it into a nice reunion. I was super excited for this backstage event.
Fine, fine! I'll act normal, but only until this is over. And you quit pouting over there, like a little bitch. If I'm doing this, you're damn well doing it too. Right. Sorry.
I said quit it with the pouty shit. You didn't have any problem acting more spirited in other similar extras, so why are you being such a downer this time?
Don't you think that's asking a bit much after how Requiem ended? I'm pretty sure I was breaking character in the other ones anyway. But now I'm just a normal young Jacopo. That was one hell of a heavy story, huh? I didn't expect it to end with everyone dead. It's hardly a surprise for those of us who know how the main game ended.
Everyone could have lived happily ever after, if only that attack on the brothel didn't happen. So sad.
And whose fault is that? Jaren! No kidding. Goddamn, if it wasn't for that. Hold on a sec. You conveniently skipped over the important fact that it was you who caused the attack in the first place.
What? I didn't do anything.
You goddamn. No, you did. You were the Lord's mole.
Oh, right, that. But I didn't think that was what would happen. I assumed those Earths were just a regular gift. I was just as surprised out of my pants as anyone.
She's never had anything inside that head of hers.
Anyway, like I said, whoosh under the bridge. The point now is to have a fun little chat.
The pile of crap you're trying to fit under this bridge is a bit too tall. What do you want to talk about? This backstage thing's screwing around, yeah? So let's say let's have a drinking contest. I'm not sure I follow your train of logic. You never stop bitching, do you, kid?
Jackie is about 80% bitch after all.
These lines are ruthless. Ruthless. He gets no sympathy.
Personally, I'm perfectly fine with screwing around for a few hours, but I kinda like it if we could all do a quick rundown of what happened in the story together. It could be fun to like compare Requiem to the main game's final chapter and point out where they're different.
That would be a change of pace, I suppose.
Putting the spin and spin off.
That doesn't actually work, you know. Alright, well, let's get to it, and then be done so I can leave.
You're no fun, Morg.
I don't want to spend any more time here than necessary.
Jackie, you make sure she doesn't go anywhere. And while you're at it, hold her tight and whisper sweet nothings.
Please don't do that.
Do it and you're deader than dead.
I feel like things will proceed much smoother without me.
Hey now, don't be such a downer. We're brothers in arms. I'd be real upset if you left.
Vision. For a split second, I was almost touched. But I'll still never forgive you for what you did to me. Someone needs to give you whooshing lessons.
It took us all 10 lines to get off track and back to screwing around. Can we get down to business here? Aye aye, Captain! Ta-da!
Great. Fucking Jaren is over here like,
and the biggest difference, look at the different covers! On the right, we have the key visual for the main game, and on the left is Requiem, where Jackie is the hero, question mark?
What's the question mark for?
Requiem tells the story of Jackie's younger days, followed by the true version of events from the main game's final chapter. The first half was probably pretty surprising to a lot of people, since we got a super duper teensy weensy look at that part of his life in the main game. There were a lot of new characters too.
Oh, the whole lot of it, this get lumped under companions and over there, yeah?
Pretty weird of them not to mention such a memorable, sweet, and adorable girl like myself.
You, certainly did leave quite the lasting impression. Including how you went out.
Teehee, why thank you, Jackie.
Someone needs to teach you what a real compliment sounds like. The point is, going into any more detail in the main game would have distracted from the actual story at hand, which had a different focus.
Ah, you mean with Snowy?
Snowy?
He's all white and cold like snow, so Snowy.
Oh, Michelle, okay.
You should call him that the next time you see him, Jackie. Gotta make sure you always got a friend or you'll start self-destructing again.
He's the last person I want to make friends with. Rip Michelle! Rip Bozo! Rip Bozo.
Oh, why? He seems like a good guy.
Because Morgana's taken such a goddamn liking to him. Being friends is out of the question. I'd rather put a bullet between his eyes.
Keep your pathetic thoughts under control.
I swear my life, not a thing went through my head, Morgana.
And don't say my name, you'll taint it. And things were going so well between you two. Let me tell you something, and you might want to write it down. All's well that ends well, and all's bad that ends bad.
Jacopo is just getting bullied.
All those dots are making things sort of uncomfortable, so let's move on. Sounds like a plan. Okie dokie. Let's keep this train chugging. One of the real highlights of the first part is getting to see everyone so young and innocent and fumbling around.
Wait, so this is a visual novel game, just to break the fourth wall to talk about the games. Yes, this is the backstage scenario where they take jabs at shit and make fun of themselves. And now they're doing a comparison between this game and the first game. This one's kind of like a spin-off, again, as they were saying.
All the sweet human drama and a rare look at a somewhat reasonable version of Jackie.
Excuse you!
You can't say she's wrong, though.
Lol. Yeah.
You went really far off the rails after you became the Lord and during the third door.
I don't know if they saw, like, people after the first game bullying Jacopo and was like, lol, we'll write that into this backstage. But yeah, Jacopo gets a lot of shit. And it's pretty justified, like, most of the time, to be very angry with him. Ugh.
Hell, you were pretty down to earth in your thoughts in that flashback in the third chapter, too. So why is it you have to climb up on a fucking ivory tower anytime you talk to anyone else? You're not such a haughty bitch normally.
They're beating his ass in the QRT. They are beating his ass in the QRTs. He's the type of person who would constantly get bullied on Twitter. 100%. I'm just trying to make sure people don't look down on me. Because he's so insecure. He's so insecure. He is so insecure. And it's so obvious.
And you're going about it the entirely wrong way, bitch.
Bitch.
Jackie's generally been the starts out as a colossal digweed, turns out he's kind of a soft-hearted deep down and wasn't always this bad character. But for Requiem, your character arc went in the opposite direction! You went through a degradation arc! Congratulations! The women love that!
Tell me something, Karen. That description's not how you really feel about me, is it?
Everything in quotes is straight from the author.
This scenario is great. Well, that's good to hear, I think. Whatever, continue.
Getting to see young Jackie growing up and making friends and doing all sorts of young people stuff is great, but you can't forget about the bits from Norx's perspective. There's nothing worth mentioning about anything from my perspective. I disagree. You were big bad evil dark morgs for all of the main game. And even when you told Snowy about your past, it was all ooh and ah. Don't describe it like that. It's confusing and misleading, and no one can hear you making spooky sounds as you say it. And the person telling it's being all blah and bleh. People are gonna get a different impression about who you are. Now even I'm not sure what you're trying to say anymore. She has a point though. It's pretty impressive how differently the story comes off told from your perspective as a 9 to 12-year-old girl. Seeing such a wide range of emotions in you brings tears to my eyes. You're just imagining it. It's perfectly normal to be emotional. You're just a little kid. You'd just be a bit of a sourpuss, but otherwise a completely ordinary girl if that part was all there was to your story. But this little shit had to go and turn you into a witch. And then you went on to hold, what, like a 1,000-year grudge or something? Not totally sure what they're going on about, but it sounds like you're getting the crap kicked out of you, kid. See, they're beating his ass in the QRTs. But don't worry, Grayson's here to sweep into your rescue. It's what all you do, anyway. And it's what I did to you in Requiem. I'll stick up for you no matter how bad you cocked up. I kept Morgana in prison for half a year and killed her. Sorry! Ain't no sticking up for that! In addition to that, in his next life, he imprisoned half of my soul. Yep, can't defend that kid, sorry! They're big here too, that's funny. I like it. But I know how to fix this. Fix it? That's possible? Hell yeah! You just gotta hook up with a girl who's into that sort of thing. You wanna lock someone up? She wants to be locked up? Everyone wins. Hey, slow down. I didn't imprison anyone because I wanted to. You mean that's not your kink? No, goddammit! No! No! I love this game. They're very funny. Enough of this! Move on, please! Gonna be bullied for the rest of eternity if we don't proceed. Aye aye. As Requiem's first part goes on, you see Morg slowly opening up. She starts off screaming about dirty whores and divine punishment, and eventually she chillaxes into a pretty normal girl. I swear to God, her writing is so... Can't you describe anything normally? Just watching that heart of ice melt is the cutest thing in the world. And it was, of course, Jackie who helped make that possible. Me, Boss, and the other girls spent a lot of time with Morgs, but Jackie was the one who really showed the most concern for her. At first, he only did it out of pity, and maybe some of what Francois said at the beginning too, so he could pat himself on the back and pretend he did a good deed. But before long, his feelings changed. He started to think of her like family, someone he cared deeply about. And then those feelings changed again during the bit with the sunrise. Ah, so young, so sweet. Jackie and Morg sitting in a tree. She does know how the story ends, right? I didn't just imagine us talking about that, did I? But then everyone's happy days came to a sudden, terrible end. Jackie felt completely powerless, helpless to do anything, and it crushed him. This event changed the course of his life forever. Using a ring with the Barnier family crest given to him by a noblewoman, he led the people of the slums to a revolution. But I'm guessing he was driven more by hatred than anything else. Not for the bandits that attacked the brothel, but his own worthless self. And then revolution time! Yeah, Francois, you kick butt! That's all you care about, isn't it? Oh, you were pretty decent too, Jackie. You make it sound like I'm just a footnote. I'm not kidding. You were pretty impressive. Right off the bat, you killed the guard by throwing a knife at him. That takes skills. And you got me right between the eyes in the third floor. In the third door. Did he kill a bunch of people then too? Oh yeah, tons of them. He was a mafioso after all. Ooh, scary. So as you can see, Jackie's a lot more capable than he seems. He just uses that capability for all the wrong things and ends up ruining everything he touches. You got looks, money, power, smarts. How are you such a train wreck of a human being? Wouldn't I like to know? He's also really susceptible to being caught off guard. In the third door, while he was distracted with everything going on with his wife, he let himself get shanked by his coachman. And one of the options near the end of the final chapter, that crazy madman with the sword took your head clean off. You probably could have prevented that if you hadn't let Snowy get under your skin so easily.
Hey guys, can we stop talking about all the ways I've screwed up? Let's move on already.
Oh, if you insist. So the first part ends with the revolution, a huge success. And in the second part, suffering and misery! But before that, it's time for the intermission. Here you get to see me and Francois together.
I definitely wasn't expecting that monster to take the spotlight at any point.
He had a lot going on himself.
That doesn't make him any less of a twisted murderer.
Francois definitely loves his dread and despair. So cute. It's my favorite part about him.
He reminds me of a certain beast. That certain beast is a bit more direct with his violence, though.
I have to say, it completely knocked my socks off when we found out it was him you had a thing for. Totally thought you were just thrown into the game so Jacopo could build a harem. Either that or someone just there to, I don't know, help awaken him to his interest in girls before he went after the main heroine. If that was all the Alfred was going to use such a disgustingly adorable girl like me for, I placed a big dummy curse on him. What an unthreatening curse.
I threw me for a damn loop too. The official site even sticking that bit in about how a certain someone has caught her eye had me convinced it was Jacopo.
Yeah, the official site's character profiles are always a bit misleading. Like for the main game, Boss's profile said she was the white-haired girl's only ally, which turned out to be a huge lie.
Hopefully no one tries to nail them for false advertising. You know, the more we talk about it, the more I feel like you're just really fucking pathetic, Jacopo. Shut your damn mouth, I know I am!
And on the second part. From here, we start getting closer and closer to the game's final chapter. But Jackie's still mostly reasonable at the beginning. He tries his best to be a better lord and govern his land. As a side note, one of the traits listed on your character outline is hardworking. Here, you work your butt off to improve the city. In the third chapter, you work your butt off to improve business. But you're super bad at picking allies, so you end up not trusting anyone, unable to open up, unable to tell who's on your side and who isn't, and eventually destroying yourself for it. And to top it off, you don't like people looking down on you, so you do everything in your power to be a huge jerk. Pathetic.
And want to disappear.
As he gets deeper and deeper into the politics of running a city, Jackie's perspective and priorities start changing, but what really pushes him over the edge is Beefcake's beef with him!
Sorry for screwing things up for you, kid. Wipe that shit-eating grin off your face!
And it's all downhill from there. All done. His council dies, and he's stuck seeing the ghost of Francois and all sorts of other dangerous people who didn't show up as more than footnotes try to do all sorts of terrible things to him. And before long, Jackie's a broken mess.
I feel much the same now.
Oh, and for the record, Francois' ghost wasn't an actual ghost. It was Jackie's hallucination. Snowy had some ghost troubles in the main game too, but that was a real deal ghost.
Well, yes, it was me. I would have much preferred to have Morgana tormenting me than Barnier hovering around trying to undermine everything.
Seriously, dude. Keep your masochistic fantasies to yourself.
Would everyone stop trying to read my goddamn mind?
So little by little, the old Jackie disappears and he turns into a bad guy. That's one of the most painful parts of the story. Watching someone put in an honest, solid effort to improve things, only to end up being corrupted. Like I was saying earlier, Jackie really needed someone he could trust in his life. It would have been nice if he could have found someone else after Old Lone died.
His name is Odilon.
I know. It was a pun on old and lone.
You can't just mash two words together and call it a pun. What you should have done is made me a consul from the get-go. I would have never been able to get anything done, and it would have only enabled you to go after my head quicker. Have a little faith in me, kid.
You were always really aggressively competitive with Jackie. If anyone, I think it should have been Boss as his consul.
That was my plan, and it's the whole reason I was learning to read. Oh, Maria, that hurts. I had no idea. Never ended up being any use, of course.
Ooh, I think if you were gonna see him, Boss, you should have done so a lot sooner than you did.
Excuse me?
It would have been better if you'd crashed in shouting, "What the hell are you doing, Jacopo?" the day he put Beefcake's head out on the spike. You would have probably still been able to get through to him then. Of course, you're plenty at fault here too, Jackie. You need to learn to be more open. But that doesn't let you off on not dragging it out of him either, Boss.
I can't believe she got Maria with her back to the wall.
You seem sharper than usual here in the backstage, Jaren. I thought you were supposed to be an airhead. I flipped my super smart switch for this occasion. Super smart is clearly an exaggeration, but I can't deny you're much more clever than you were in Requiem. The offer tweaked me a bit because we wouldn't get anywhere otherwise. I can see the fourth wall crumbling. Hasn't it always been my job to run these things anyway? Why did you end up with it this time? 'Cause if you were in charge, you'd skip over all this and go straight to see Snowy. Proceed. Aye aye! So once Jackie's gone off the rails, he starts getting cruel and merciless. He tears down farms and works slaves to death, and overall everyone's kind of starts hating his guts. He did the same sort of shit in the first door too. Put a factory out of business and made a whole lot of fans for it. There's no such thing as a world where everyone can be happy. That may be true in general, but in your case you were just being a fucking shitheel. And then we get to the big turning point. Him locking Morgs up in the tower.
About that, Morgana,
The only whooshing I will be doing is sending your soul straight to hell.
What?
Your soul straight to hell. This is the one screw-up you really can't talk yourself out of. Though it's at least more understandable than how it was presented in the main game, I think. There's a super short version of it, so I didn't get to see much of how he had painted himself into a corner. But here, that was the focus. And then we switch over to Morgs' perspective. Probably the most important part of getting Morgs' perspective is that scene where she finally throws off her mask and reveals her true feelings.
Yeah, that. I can't believe you feel so strongly. You didn't even hint at it when we were together. But then you just straight out said, will you stay with me?
It was a dream sequence, you oaf.
What?
I was a child and my mind was running wild. There's nothing to it.
You can't just brush it all under the rug out like that. It's too important of a moment. Don't ruin my moment! But I'll know the truth. You don't actually hate me.
I don't completely revile the slave man. But I will always detest you, the Lord. Now can you imagine my utter dismay upon learning the two were the same?
I'm sorry.
Man, you're getting roasted from every direction from this backstage, Jackie.
Considering how badly he screwed everyone over, is that a surprise?
So, back to the story. While she goes all sappy once, Morgs ends up hardening back up as she spends more time alone. This wasn't mentioned explicitly in the game, but apparently one of Old Lone's men actually stopped by her little lakeside cottage once.
What?
But since Morgs didn't open the door to anyone who wasn't there for her leafy green, she ended up chasing him off. I believe the exact phrasing was, and I quote, "I sent away anyone who wasn't here for medicine." That's what that line was there for.
Exactly how many opportunities were missed?
Things might have gone differently had she opened the door. Morgs makes her way to the Lord's Manor, where Jackie's waiting. They have a heartwarming reunion, and then she becomes his consul and transforms the city into a theonomy. It becomes a new holy land, for which a wave of crusades begins.
That does not sound like a great world.
Exciting stuff!
You realize the crusades began almost a century after we all died, right? Anyway, I wouldn't have made her into my consul if I had found her. If anything, my bride.
I'll murder you with my own two hands.
For the love of God, stop reading my mind!
Well, she's all holed up. A flaxen-haired old young man pays Morgs a visit. The boy formerly known as Mel.
What's he known as now?
The boy formerly known as Mel.
She just right side over it. Doesn't give a shit. Love it. We love her for that.
The boy formerly known as Mel manages to get through Morg's shell briefly, the reason for which is a lot clearer in Requiem. But of everyone and everything from her old life, it was the slave man she could ultimately never forget.
I did forget his name and what he looked like, though. Maybe things could have turned out differently if you hadn't. Remembering you wouldn't have made you any less of a monster, thank you very much.
It was more like you locked that information away than actually forgot it. I'm betting you'd have remembered just fine if you reunited in better circumstances. But what a crazy bonkers reunion that turned out to be.
Everyone who played the main game already knew about that, though.
The scene where Morgs confuses Jackie for Francois is clearer here too, I think. Snowy did mention how Morgs wasn't quite in her right mind, but it packs a lot more punch actually seeing it from her perspective. Yucky cutting off her arm definitely messed her up pretty bad. Yucky, that's such a stupid nickname. That's the least fitting name yet. Would you please stop coming up with increasingly convoluted nicknames for people? Just call that infernal creature Bestia like everyone else and be done with it. Alright, Bestie it is! Fuck this girl. I love her. That's even worse! So the two of them are finally reunited and it's very tragic. Jackie is torn. He clearly wants to set her free, but he can't. And the reason for that is again much clearer in Requiem. Clearer, but still far from convincing. This is also about the point where he figures out the Foswa's ghost is actually a delusion, all in his own mind. I refuse to believe he wasn't real, though. Getting a little off topic here, but in the third door, we see Jackie has real beef with anything supernatural, or not provable by science, and this is where that came from. Not just the ghost, but the miracle blood was a huge part of that, too. It left a mark on his soul that never went away. Huh, I thought he was just a wimp who can't handle ghost stories. That's true, too! I'm not surprised. So Jackie ends up lying to himself about what he really wants and keeps Morgs locked up in the tower. So that really isn't your kink? That's the first thing you say after not talking for God knows how long? It seemed appropriate for me to butt into this part. How many times did you tell her I'm gonna show you the world? And then you showed her it was a big old brick wall. You don't have to remind me, I feel bad enough about it already. Jacopo, I knew wasn't the kind of man to do that to a girl. Kind of depressing to see that even an upstanding guy like you can fall so far. Yep. Well, love was one of the big themes of the main game. Friendship and companionship was more the focus in Requiem. In all the different ways it can break apart. It's enough to make me cry. I thought you were incapable of feeling sadness. I understand loneliness. I can cry about that. If you say so. Gone a bit out of order, but speaking of friendship. Maria had that real killer bit when she was talking about how everyone was gone and they weren't gonna come back and all that. Yeah, that stung like hell. My friends mean more than anything else in the world to me. Whew! Got super heavy in here real fast, huh? Moving right along. Next up, Boss tries to confront Jackie. Here's where things start diverging from what was in the main game. But you see, in Requiem's what actually happened, and the main game is more like a simulation with Snowy thrown in, so things go off course real quickly. On Snowy's very first day, he manages to convince the boy formerly known as Mel to work with him. Why do you keep calling him that? I feel like it! Now, because the boy formerly known as Mel switches teams, that night, he and Ellie are in the mansion's grounds. Boss comes to look around, sees two strange shadows, and decides to push it to the next day. And when she comes back, she bumps into Snowy. So in the main game, she never ends up meeting with Jackie. But in reality, Snowy wasn't there. So the boy formerly known as Mel isn't wandering around to get in Boss's way. So she's able to recon without any trouble. And the next day, she brings the necklace and a knife and breaks in. She goes all out trying to kill Jackie, but he stops her, breaks her arm, and then has Yucky throw her out. No mercy! That was me showing mercy, you realize. Normally an attempt on the Lord's life would be punishable by death. Use the Harvest Festival as an excuse to stop him from killing her. Yucky was really raring for some blood. And the way he just asked, should I kill so-and-so is hilarious. What's so funny to the so-and-sos he's salivating over? So when all that's happened and Jackie sees the necklace, he starts reminiscing about old times and then has a crazy idea. He decides to impersonate his old self, pretending to be the slave man who once saved her from the Lord, who he is now. Talk about super bonkers! I was completely out of my mind at that point, yes. Not even gonna try to talk yourself out of that one. How could I? In the main game, Jackie doesn't go up into the tower alone with Morgs, so he never gets a good look at her condition. It is not until they all go up as a group that Snowy points out what bad shape she's in. But in Requiem, he does go up alone, which is how he realizes. He confesses his true feelings, but Morgs is so broken, it can't even get through to her soul, so she doesn't hear anything he says. Once Jackie finally comes to his senses, he is finally freed from his shackles. It's really sad it could only happen that way, though. But with that off him, he starts treating the people around him a little nicer, like old Jackie. But it was a little too late, and Morgs dies. This leads to a big panic, which Jackie watches from the observation tower. And the rest goes the same in both games. As a side note, Snowy only really needed to get into Jackie's memories to flip the table on Morgs' perception. But he kept those memories locked up so super tight, especially everything related to his younger days. That wouldn't have worked if they'd gone straight to him. Plus, Jackie's soul was crazed like a rabid dog, so he wouldn't have listened to Snowy from the beginning. And also ignoring Yucky and the boy formerly known as Mel would have left their souls in pretty bad shape too. Which is why the main game had to go the way it did. We only got the abridged version of Jackie's past in the main game, but you should just think of it as more proof of how tight he kept it locked up. And while I'm at it, I'd like to elaborate a bit on the curse too. At his death in Requiem, Jackie realizes what he really wanted in life and feels super bad about how much he messed up. But then Morg's soul, from now on, only money and power will be your friends, and puts a curse on his soul. Excuse me, I'd rather die than use a tilde in my speech. Which is why, even after figuring it out once, he ends up making the same mistakes and dies all sad and alone again. Kinda tragic, huh? Curse or not, he's still a fucking dick. It was Morgana's curse that drove him to constantly insult and belittle his wife. But you did push me that direction, as I recall. That's true. The third door started in a similar place to Jackie's fall into darkness as the Lord. And being a mafioso, he'd probably been worn down a whole bunch from all the betrayals and crazy mafia stuff that happened outside the story. There's only one way to fix this, I think. Make Jackie live a quiet life under the sticks. And that's it for Jaren's Review Corner. Nice to know you. Fun talk. Even knowing how it turned out, I was still pretty damn heavy. Jackie ends up destroying the things he cares about most with his own hands. It's pretty dang grim, yeah. Now that I think about it, it did kill damn near anyone who had a sprite, didn't ya? He did. If you count breaking Maria's arms as resulting in her death, that makes pretty much the whole gang. It's impressive, kid. You went on a freaking massacre. Please, that's enough. If you include minor characters and no-names, Francois and Yucky would be neck and neck with him for the gold medal. But Jackie definitely had the most story-relevant kills. Jackie the Ripper! For the love of all that is holy, don't call me that. He's running. Ah, he went to go hide in the corner. I think the 1-2 punch of being compared to a serial killer and seeing that smile would bring down just about anybody. Aw, I thought it was pretty funny. Of course you did. You don't comprehend negative emotions. Now. Everyone may have died in Requiem and most of them because of Jackie, but this is the backstage extra. Whoosh everything under the bridge. What are you planning to do now that you've tossed the entire game into the water? How about we go over the characters next? The characters? Yep, for example... me! Oh, you actually get to see their full sprites. Hello, she has legs. Wow! Legs! This is what I look like! And I'm sure everyone's picked up on this already. But according to my outline, I was missing all my screws right off the bat. And that's why you're always so cheerful. Not because you're optimistic, but because you're mad. Some part of my brain just never turned on, I guess. So not only are you airheaded, even that air is worthless. Also, I have a dull sense of pain. You kinda have to make it through a childhood like that. Didn't come off as bad as it really was, because it was colored by you as being eternally happy-go-lucky, but thinking back on it, that was some real dark shit. Especially that whole bit when you were 5. It seemed pretty normal to me. The world is bad enough without everyone having to go through that. Okay, next up, Beefcake! We get to see him too. Woo! He has legs! He wears like boots. Neat. Yeah, he's so happy! Boots. And here's my full bod. What you think? Looks pretty tough, don't I? Beefcake's profile describes him as a wild animal with an unbeatable competitive streak. He's an act first, think never kind of guy, and the second biggest doofus in the cast, only after me. Hey now, that's just mean. I mean, I hate planning everything out, yeah, but still. He's like a giant, huggable gorilla / Big Brother figure who tries to fix everything by punching it. Which is one reason him trying to poison Jackie stood out so much. He was so upset it caused him to resort to real underhanded methods.
Hey, you can't tell me I'm wrong. I'm way stronger than he ever was.
I bet most readers didn't have a very good impression of you with the way you went out either.
You think so? Kinda a downer. Alright, wish it all to the bridge, guys.
Whoosh! I'm not enough of an idiot to keep up with these two. But you know, maybe some readers saw what you did coming, Beefcake. There was a line in the main game that went like, I invited an old companion to my manor to discuss matters, but the meeting only turned into an attempt on my life.
Oh shit, dude.
If someone had really good memory, they could maybe have made that connection and guess what you'd end up doing.
I don't even remember that. I mean, we did wait a bit, so... I guess I got that kinda right. I didn't leave on the best note, but what I did to Kobo was real shitty. I was cocky and told myself I was better than him in every way. But at the same time, I wanted to be, you know, there with him. Maybe I wouldn't have made a good consul, but there are other things I could have done. Like head a guard or something. I'd have come running to be your right-hand man if you just sent for me.
You were lonely down there in the slums all by yourself, weren't you?
I don't know. So I was disappointed more than anything. I was ready to help with anything, and I wish he'd used me.
I feel you. Nobody was on the same page for most of the game. I still don't think that justifies trying to kill him.
Whoosh!
Whoosh! Alright, next up is you, Marks.
You can skip me.
Nope, you're going to.
You. Yeah, she's wearing like a big robe with sleeves. I like it. Very, very, very nice. Very design. Love the red insides of it.
So there's a full wheel of Marks. This is when she was still itty-bitty and her clothes were way too big. Adorable, huh? Make a few poses for them. Absolutely not. Bah. Also, 12-year-old Morgs is actually shorter than Nelly. But if she was shown at her actual height, the text box would cover her almost all the way.
She's so short.
So her sprites were bumped up a bit. And she's the only one who's not shown to scale either. Boss is only 160 centimeters tall, but she's placed real high up on the screen too. Just pretend she's wearing some wicked heels. Everyone's sprites are positioned, so you have a rough idea of their relative heights, so don't take it as true to life. May I be excused? I was hoping you'd give a comment first. I have nothing to say. Bah. Okie dokie. You're up next, Jackie. Ooh, Jackie! Huh?
He's over in the corner making a face like his deaf CG. After this backstage, there's also a short new episode called Fragment. Don't miss it. Thank you! No, we are planning to do everything. Thank you. And that's the last one, I think. I think. That would be about relevant for the time frame we'd set up.
Oh, you, Jackie. Hey! Mark says she has something super important to tell you.
I beg your pardon? What is it? I'm all ears.
That took less than 2 seconds. I have nothing to say to you. Go back to your corner and die again. Stop! It's your turn to show your full body sprite, Jackie. So perk up and make yourself presentable.
Wee. Oh, he's wearing sandals. What are those? I'll stop.
I said perk up, not whatever the heck that is.
May I be excused?
Oh, not you too. Why can't you go back to the tough-spirited Jackie from the first half? You were super duper impressive in your fight against Francois.
You think so?
That was certainly your peak, at least. And it was all downhill from there.
Oh.
Morgs! And I was just getting him back in the spirit. We talked a bunch about what kind of character Jackie is already. He's just as inadequate as he looks.
I am not inadequate.
Jackie's got 2 modes. His softer, more approachable mode, and his all business, no fun allowed mode. It's the latter we're most familiar with. It's not till you see things from his perspective that you realize there's more there. From the outside, Jackie just looks like a huge monster. Especially the way he killed Snowy in the main game. Talk about ruthless.
Yeah, there's a third game called Reincarnation, but you need to play it through a Switch emulator. I hope it'll be about Morgana living in the apartment under where Michelle and Giselle is, and they're together, all of them. It was the man with the sword who did most of the killing, as I recall.
You did shoot him, and you ordered him killed several times.
Maybe they'll teach him to toughen up and he wants to be pro-tag material. How can he call himself the hero if he doesn't even know how to wield a sword? He's got the vitality of a housefly, and a little sunlight's enough to knock him out. How much more pathetic can you get?
He's a pacifist like Gandhi.
Except for the time he attacked me with a goddamn whiskey bottle.
You can't complain about something that happened in a game that was never translated into English. You'll just confuse the readers.
Yeah, about all of them in modern time. Yes! Yes! I want more of that! I want to be in Michelle's shoes so I can embarrass him more. Pick all the embarrassing dialogue options on purpose.
The point is, Snowy's the total opposite of you. Plus, he's actually somewhere in between boy and girl, so you shouldn't try going... you shouldn't go trying to apply your fragile masculinity to him.
Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know! He doesn't know!
Well, I broke Jackie.
She didn't even hesitate to reveal his secret. Yeah, that's the part that gets me. I guess Giselle isn't in the room, so it's fine? Why on earth does she know that anyway? Don't joke about that sort of thing, it's not funny.
What? But it's true.
What the hell does that make him? The best boy in the game! Step up, Jacopo! You ain't worth shit! Okay?
Can anyone think of anything else about Jackie we haven't mentioned?
He's all more skilled with his hands than you think.
Oh yeah, that's right. He can even play the lute. Oh, the part where he jacked one guy off the the part where he jacked one from a guy off the street. Yeah, that fucking slayed me. He's not a half-bad singer either, but you never guess it from looking at him. And that's not something that was added to Requiem either. It came up in the main game too. Remember the flashback in the third door when we were singing together? There was also a short story somewhere where you were humming to yourself. Even the worst Italian ever born is still an Italian at heart.
Guarantee you I'm far from the worst.
But music-y stuff is something you stop doing once you go no fun allowed mode. It gets tossed along with everything else about your younger self. It's too bad you couldn't have kept even one sympathetic trait. If you look closely at the background graphic for the Lord's bedroom, there's a lute in it though. Maybe he did keep playing. By himself? How lonely.
That's pretty sad.
Fittingly pathetic.
I should have said nothing. I'll take every one last of you out back.
And that about covers Jackie. You're up next, boss.
Oh, we actually get... Okay. She actually has legs. She doesn't.
Huh?
How come it didn't show my legs like everyone else? This is like a joke.
You don't have a full body sprite, boss.
Because it's just the old one.
What? What the hell did I keep getting the short end of the stick? Sorry, boss. The staff were kind of fumbling around in the dark as they made the games, and it wasn't until Requiem the sprites were giving legs.
Yeah.
But because of that, it offered a lot more possibilities for animations and stuff. So hopefully you'll give them a break. They're still learning.
Sorry, I will read them up. And check 7th Layer game on stream. Short good story with the Fata Morgana cast. By the way, Reincarnation is fully voiced. You can hear Michelle's voice. Oh, thank God. Thank Jesus. This also means that Project M will probably be voiced. Hallelujah. I love these games. Do not get me wrong. But reading this shit out on stream is taxing. So much reading.
Alright, fine. Everyone just imagined Boss's beautiful legs. Make him sexy as hell. So in the third door, you came off as super scary with the way you betrayed Jackie, but in the final one, you were more of a tough, reliable big sister. And Requiem focus even more on how much you care about your friends. That's always been who I am. My friends. My family means more than anything to me. Revenge for what the Bersatis did to my father was what pushed me to go so far in the third door. But God, that damn attack on the brothel and Requiem really did ruin everything. If that hadn't happened, Morgana wouldn't have been taken, Jacopo wouldn't have gotten that dumb idea into his head, and we all could have just stayed together. Yep, it really all comes back to that.
Darren, I'm possessed with the desire to grab you by both cheeks, pull on as hard as I can, and give you an earful about how you don't have any goddamn right to talk about that event with any words except I'm sorry.
Oh, aggressive much, Jackie?
One of these days, pow, zoom.
Although, the main game did end with me and Jacopo not on the best of terms, so it's nice that people get to see us enjoying ourselves in Requiem.
I suppose so.
Okie dokie, so that covers the main 5 of us from the slums. Next up is Jackie's favorite console.
Oh, Odilon's gonna be here. Don't know how I can face him after how we parted ways. Hey, Jaren, do you think you could wait and do his separate...
Oh, old lone!
Hey, damn it, let me... Oh, this has been much too long. I must confess I was not expecting to be summoned here. Hey, nice to see you. Well, why such a guilty look on your face, my boy? Did you do something you would be ashamed to admit to me? Just but a simple lark. Hold your head high, my lord. I bear much of the blame myself for leaving you behind so early in your growth. No, you're not to blame for any of my mistakes. It is my sworn duty to teach and guide you for the length of your rule. I should have chased that scoundrel out despite your objections. Perhaps even poisoned him myself.
Whoa, Grandpa, getting a little feisty there.
Silence, peasant! You're the one who made an attempt on his life. I mean, I got a point, but...
Hey, you're forgetting to whoosh. Everything under the bridge. Now's the time to have fun. Come on, guys, whoosh! You know, Jacopo, it strikes me.
Yes?
You're not a total shit heap when you got someone to keep you in line. Like I said, Jackie just needs a friend.
A friend would help, sure, but what he really needs is someone to kick him in the ass every time he tries to steer the train off a fucking cliff. The metaphor doesn't even make sense.
Don't try to deflect from the point, asshole.
His heart is in the right place, at least. Nevertheless, I only knew him for a short spell, and he was a very hardworking man during that time, so my impression of him is mostly positive.
We should show this old man what a bastard he was during the third door.
I don't think I've ever heard Morgana swear before.
Bastard! Bastard! Fuck! Shit!
What did he do in this third door?
He constantly insulted and belittled his wife until he broke her.
My lord, you must show care and respect for your family. Yeah, you're absolutely 110% correct. I regret everything I did, and I've spent decades living with that regret. The reason you turned out that way must be because you had no one in this third door to guide you down the correct path. And with no one to open up to, you had to wear your mask in perpetuity. All the negativity festering inside until you were permanently corrupt. Odilon. Ergo, I shall reincarnate in this third door and ensure that does not happen.
You what?
I will stand by my lord's side and make certain he does not stray from the path even a single step.
Slow down, stop! You're gonna destroy the main game's whole story!
And good riddance!
Please stay away from it. Jaren, hurry up and show the old man Sprite so we can get rid of him. He's gonna undermine the entire story. I think it'd be fun to see what he does.
No, it wouldn't. Not the slightest. My curse will have all been for nothing. Very well. You may regard my old, weary frame.
Whee!
Nice robes, old man. And with that, I shall take my leave. Oh, you're not gonna stay for longer? The console is supposed to operate from behind the scenes. I'm happy to have been given the opportunity to briefly appear. If you say so. Be well, my lord. And may happiness find you in your next life. Thanks, and you too. Farewell, until we meet again.
Alright, that leaves one less character with a full body Sprite. Let's bring him.
Whoa, slow down. I know exactly who you're talking about. You're not bringing that man here, are you?
Oh, why wouldn't I? This is supposed to be a fun event with everyone whooshing everything under the bridge.
That tyrant has a very different definition of fun than the rest of us.
Ooh, Francois!
Damn it, you summoned me?
Go right back wherever the hell you came from! It would appear I stumbled upon a swarm of filthy maggots. What's the bug spray, Jaren? I need you to help clean up this mess.
Francois, bug spray hasn't been invented yet.
Oh, how unfortunate. There's so much wrong with this, I don't even know where to begin.
Okie dokie, could you stand right there and give your best smile, Francois?
But of course. How could I not grant the wish of my most prized possession? That is not a smile! Oh, nice. Nice. Look at that. So lordy. Feast your unworth, immortalize, upon the noble body of the great Jean-Francois Bonnier. My blood is genuine, unlike a certain impostor.
You're giving me goosebumps.
I wonder if the real reason Odilon ran off is because he didn't want to run into Barnier. That has to be it. Can't think of any other reason.
Francois was the villain for the first half, but by the end I think he seemed like a pretty decent guy. What's everyone else think?
I cannot disagree with you more. The mere sight of that man's face makes me want to vomit. Not to mention, he was the one I wanted to curse most.
Sure, he did a bunch of really bad things, but he did say a couple super good things. Plus he fought all real valiant and brave to the end. He's an inspiration.
The Lord could hardly carry out his duties if he cowered in fear at the sight of a couple peasants. Just because what he's saying is unreasonable doesn't mean you can forget he's a crazed mass murderer. You ever call a man entertaining himself with his private property morally objectionable? Understatement of the century! It's one that they actually lop your head off right here. Like so. Did he just become the head? Ah! Child's play. Don't just pull up the damn graphic without any warning. You're gonna give me a heart attack. I saw lift my body for a moment. You can act like you went out in a blaze of glory, but don't forget you were begging for your life at the end. That hardly counts as begging. In what universe does—
Oh no, please don't kill me.
not count as begging for your life? One must be crying and clawing their attacker, wailing for mercy for a fit of pathetic sobs in order to properly count as begging for their life. Damn, okay. I did none of that. Yet that was precisely the wording used in the main game. I would like to have a word with the offer.
The main game was just a short version, so cut him some slack. Your character wasn't fully established at that point.
Do not coddle them. In reality, my character was no more than a vague concept when it was written. Christ, he's attacking the offer now!
It did kind of come off like a third-rate villain in the main game, yeah. Just seeing that, I didn't expect you to be developed the way you were in Requiem. Francois needed to have a real firm driving force behind him, even as a big baddie, or he'd fall flat in his final confrontation against Jackie. Plus, he also had the super important responsibility of getting into Jackie's head after he was dead. So he needed to be big and imposing, or he couldn't do that.
Makes sense?
On a slightly different subject.
I just remember the whole deal with you having your eye on someone back in the first part.
Yeah?
Well, to start, this is what you said at the Midsummer Festival. He's got trouble expressing his feelings. He kind of looks angry a lot of the time. He can be pretty haughty, but I think he's a pretty great guy, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yep, that was me.
Tell me, Jaren. In what way does that man have trouble expressing his feelings?
You don't think he does? The whole reason he had to kill his family was because he couldn't talk to them about what he was feeling.
Those are not the same kind of feelings we're talking about.
No?
No. He kinda looks angry a lot of the time line. Kinda doesn't even begin to describe it.
It's the perfect fit in my mind.
I refuse to believe that. Moving on. The other two I can sort of buy at least. He can be pretty haughty and I think he's a pretty great guy. So you two were a thing.
You betcha.
You most certainly were not.
What? Oh, Francois, you don't need to be shy just because there are other people around.
You seem to be confused, Jaren. I did say that you were the second most important thing in the world to me after myself, but I never said I meant so romantically.
What does that make me then?
My pet.
Your pet?
Shall even you will feel something about that.
I'm more than happy to be your pet. I get food, a bed, and lots of attention. It's perfect.
You never let me down, Jaren.
Very well then, run in a circle and bark for me.
Woof, woof, woof!
Yeah, I can't deal with this. In any other backstage event, it would be the embodiment of fragile masculinity over there making all the ruckus. But it would seem the two of them have somehow managed to outclass him. Jaren, this covers all the characters, right? We're all done here now? Because I'd like to be on my way.
Aw, do you really not want to spend any more time with little old me, Morgs?
It's nothing to do with spending time with you specifically. But there are two men here who would like out of my presence as soon as humanly possible. Morgana, please tell me I'm wrong here. And you're not putting me in the same category as him. It genuinely hurts being lumped in with that monster. I feel like I've been kicked in the gut.
So if you don't mind, I'll be taking my leave now.
And going where?
To see Michelle, obviously.
Every single time! Why is it always Michelle, Michelle, Michelle with you?
Because he's the one who ultimately led me to salvation.
You know, that doesn't nullify everything we have between us.
No, you did a perfectly good job of that all by yourself. Now, so long, everyone.
Wait!
Jackie, this is the time for you to go after her. You locked up both Morgs and half her soul. A little stalking should be a piece of cake for you.
That just makes it sound like I'm some sort of deviant. Damn it, I was gonna go after her anyway. I want to sit here with my thumbs up my ass while she goes to see him.
Break a leg! And not hers. I'm a tag along too. This sounds like fun.
What a gang to be left with, huh? What?
You're leaving me alone with the two of them?
Oh, we're back.
So, Michelle, what books should we read together next?
The classic we read last time almost put me to sleep. A harsh reminder of how much my mind has acclimated to the times. Wait! This means we actually get to see her new sprite! Wait! I'm not ready! I'm not ready for Morgana! Ah!
Then, how about something lighter and more modern? Perhaps Harry Potter...
What in heaven's name was that?
Is someone trying to break in? I'll call the police.
You stay there. I'll go look.
Was there no nicer way to get here?
Oh, my father's name are you doing here? I couldn't let you go see him all alone.
Get your hands off me, you wretch!
Wretch?
Morgs, you're squishing me! Could you get off?
Oh, for heaven's sake. I know that voice.
So do I.
Damn it! I thought we would see current Morgana.
Ugh, what a nightmare. Nice to see you again.
What? Why are you staring? Oh, you don't understand how we just popped in out of nowhere? Well, you know, this is another one of those backstage extras, so a little bit of space-time distortion is...
Oh my gosh! She's the most adorable thing I've ever seen!
What?
Look at how small she is! Ah, I just want to squeeze her to bits!
I would really rather you didn't.
You agree with me, don't you, Michelle? Isn't Tiny Morgana the most precious thing in the world?
She's a lovely girl, yes.
Oh, is that so?
I beg your pardon? Wonderful. The noisy one's here too. The Michelle I know would never say that. You're supposed to be an emotionally and socially stunted shut-in. A lot can change in a millennium. I seem to recall speaking to my mind during the final chapter anyway. 1,000 years isn't long enough to dethrone King Neat. This visual is so confusing to me. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I am currently both employed and in a relationship that lets me go on dates. Outside! I nearly fell asleep just listening to you describe that. That aside...
You're looking quite young, Jacopo.
Well, it's a long story.
Peep, peep! And who's this young lady? I'm Jaren, the heroine of A Requiem for Innocence.
Excuse me? That's my title, thank you very much. Since she's accepted your position as the story's heroine, does that mean you also accept you have a faded connection to me, the hero?
Never mind. Jaren, you can keep the role.
At least consider it.
I'll bring everyone something to drink. Well, thank you for catching us up.
I love it. They look like a little family over here on the right side. Oh, I love them.
It's been a while since we've done one of these. How exciting!
And it's also kind of nice being in a different role this time.
Going around and talking to everyone is a lot of work, yeah. I would have much preferred you to him.
What are you doing standing over there?
We split up into light side and dark side groups.
Two of us have been through so much already. I'd like for the rest of our lives to be nice and relaxed. Even outside of canon.
Our story this time was happy from start to finish.
It's a very lovely date, yes. I ruined it! I ruined it with big booby maids! I ruined this date personally.
3 seconds till Jackie's gasket blows. 3, 2, 1.
Don't give a countdown, you lout! Doesn't even make any sense. You can't end the main story like that. And then follow it up with a bunch of empty fluff. Who gives a damn about you eating popcorn? Me!
You prefer your sweet or salty, Jacopo?
Salty. You're what you eat. That said, I do agree that such a lighthearted, relaxed story feels out of place in the same package as Requiem. However... What? It's entirely your fault Giselle had to spend a millennium as the maid. If you were just able to behave like a reasonable damn human being, all this could have been avoided. When Michelle owns you.
Everyone gets a chance to lay the smackdown on Jackie here. That's a long, long time ago, though. Let's put the past behind us and enjoy this special occasion. Besides, that period of my life isn't just a bad memory to me anymore. Sure, it was hard to get through. But I wouldn't be here with Michelle as happy as I am if it wasn't for that. All's well that ends well. The main game may have had a good ending, but Requiem most certainly did not.
Alright, let's talk about something else. I'm gonna die of an ulcer at this rate. Michelle, Jared was telling me something curious earlier. What would that be? That, That you're, well, how should I put this? Spit it out, you're giving me the creeps. That you're physically only partly a man? First of all, where on earth did Jaren hear that? And second, why the hell would you bring that up in a casual conversation topic? It's like, so about your dick, bro. Takes a sip of his coffee. In like a casual cafe. So, penis, right? He's so weird. This man has no sense of social, like... I guess it's safe to assume she was telling the truth.
I'm sorry, Snowy. I never meant to hurt anyone. But she frequently does, because her head's as empty as Jacopo's heart.
Also, is Snowy referring to me?
Cute nickname, isn't it?
Sure, I suppose. Call me whatever you want, fine.
You have a nickname for me? Our names both start with J sounds, and so that gets confusing. Let's see here. How about... Boo...
Boob lady. Don't you dare finish that word.
Okay, Elias. Yay! It feels so nice to be called by a nickname.
Quite frankly, it's not a detail I wanted to go spreading around, as my body was the source of much torment in my life.
Michelle and I traveled down similar paths. I was a saint who became a witch, and he an angel who became a demon. That was how we were seen by others, at least. The both of us, we are like unto God. And you are as far from God as a man can fall.
Well, that doesn't change what I think. That you're just an ordinary girl. Nothing special, breathing the same air as me. Well, I was the one who helped her turn back from a witch in the main game. You should offer her your hand next time, if there's a next time, and don't let go.
I made it perfectly clear I have no intention of our souls crossing paths ever again. And he's already said his goodbyes as well.
However insignificant the chance may be, it is human nature to want to root for it to happen.
One such improbability was the last scene of our story in this game. We managed to reunite, so I'm sure everyone else will too.
If by some cruel twist of fate I am to cross paths with him again, I will still never forgive him. I don't expect you to.
In any event, didn't the author say somewhere I was supposed to reincarnate into a butterfly or a cat or something similar?
Ideas come and go. Consider that yet another of many possibilities. That would have been a much crueler twist of fate than anything. Requiem was already much darker than I had anticipated. All I had seen before this was bits and pieces of his past. It's hard not to pity him for the way everything crumbled down around him in his younger days. And I didn't know how the ending played out either. I always assumed he just kept his feelings to himself and let Morgana die. So I was surprised when he actually told her at the end. Of course, he waited far too long and none of it got through to her.
What's the matter, Snowy? You're staring off into space.
It's nothing. In any event, good luck to you. I don't need your damn well wishes. Very, very well then.
It'd be amazing if we could meet up in the present day too, Morgs. I bet we'd be right about the same age, maybe in secondary school together. We could even be in the same class, that'd be great.
I would drop out on the first day.
Aw, why do you have to be like that, Morgs?
You never stop talking.
Then I'll try to talk less. But I really want to be your friend again, Morgs. And there's all sort of stuff we could do together, like go shopping for cute clothes. And because I'm such a big doof, my grades would be terrible and you could help me study for tests and stuff. Oh, and then Francois could be your teacher and it'd be perfect.
No, 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 anything but that.
A perfect nightmare.
I expect that class would show up in the news within the first month. We, seem to have gotten off track. May I ask why you're asking about what's between my legs? What business do you have with my... I love him. Oh my god, he's so funny. I love this man. He can just say shit. He just says shit sometimes. I just thought I might have been more careful with my words if it's true. Are you even capable of choosing your words? Oh, for the love of God!
Your tongue's gotten much sharper, Michelle.
I have had 1,000 years to work on it. No, you don't need to get weird or walk on eggshells. I'm a man and that's all there is to it. My being intersex does not change who I know myself to be. And this body is no longer a cause of fear or anxiety. I like that they kept it, that it's just him, you know? He's just Michelle. I have made peace with who I am and you should too. Very well. Seems prying was not required. I will continue to treat you the same as I always have. Please do. Maybe you could be a little nicer, but, you know, well, I'm not at all fond of your high and mighty act. That was actually moderately decent of you. Only moderately? Yes. You're much more agreeable like this. Far less grating to speak with as well.
Lord/businessman Jacopo is a massive riot, though.
Never once have I tried to get a laugh out of someone.
Oh yeah, Jacopo. In your description on the main game's website, it said you will readily toss aside anything to achieve your goals. It just struck me that you yourself was one of those things you threw out. Dumped his whole life right into the garbage, he did.
Put a sock in it. Try to be a little more selective about what you get rid of next time. At heart, you're not a completely evil man.
So, back to the previous topic, Snowy. You said your body's the same in this life as before.
That's correct. I used my wish at the end of the main game to reunite with Giselle. But I have no misgivings about my body anymore. I've embraced who I am and I'm firm in my identity, but the most important thing is to me is being with her.
And together, there's nothing we can't accomplish.
Indeed. Save it for when you don't have company. Get a room! Imagine being told that by an 11-year-old. That would hurt a lot, like right in my ego. Well, I hope you have a fulfilling life. By the way, if the sound is a little off, it's because I'm trying to avoid looking straight into the sun, because that makes it impossible to read lines. What?
What?
What? Why are you all giving me that look? Can you blame us? No one expected to hear those words coming out of your mouth.
The sky's gonna fall tomorrow. Did you eat something you shouldn't have?
Every time I try to say something nice, this always happens.
With that and Morgana, we now got double blessings. We're unstoppable.
We have a long, happy life ahead of us.
Well, it's about time we hop back onto our own time period. Yes, you two go on home. I live here now, in between the two of them. It's the perfect fit for me, in every sense of the word.
It's her parents!
There's no room for either of you. Farewell, Jacopo, Jaren. May your souls never cross paths again in the boundless sphere of fate. Should I drag her back?
No. What?
Hey, let go! Get your filthy hands off of me.
Quit whining and move your butt.
You want me to bite you?
Go right ahead! Fucking... The little brat, she actually did it!
Bye, Snowy! Bye, Ellie! It's nice meeting you. I fixed it helping Jackie open up a little.
We didn't do anything.
I hope we can all meet again someday. I'll miss you, Jaren. Me too!
Goodbye, until we meet again.
Bye! She was quite the lively girl.
That she was.
But I had fun, and there were some nice surprises.
Indeed. Your Morgana showing up was certainly unexpected.
Plus Jacopo being unusually open, and Jaren being this bright ball of energy were both wonderful. But the best part of all was definitely getting to see you smile so much with everyone else, Michelle.
Oh, you don't need to worry so much about me anymore, Giselle. Oh, I love them. I love them.
Whoa! Where did the space-time distortion take us this time?
Get your hands off me already! I'm gonna curse your soul for all eternity. Huh? I thought you said you would have nothing to do with me anymore, including no curses. Why are you suddenly back on your high horse? More like I'm back on my game. Please just let this be over. Just because we're currently outside of canon doesn't mean I'm gonna ignore anything you did in canon. All the pain and misery you caused me is still real. No amount of joking will ever make it go away. You're an irredeemable monster. I know. I just hope that one day I can help make it so the good memories far outnumber the bad. I know you said we won't ever cross paths again, but I still want to atone for what I did to you. To you and the other half of your soul. That's all I want.
Your efforts will all be in vain.
Maybe, but I'll deal with that when I come to it. I hate to interrupt this really serious conversation, but how long are we going to wait here off to the side?
Hey, look! It's the boy formerly known as Mel!
What? Then who am I now? And who the heck are you?
I'm Francois's pet!
Hey, don't use that name, you buffoon! He'll think you're talking about me! What? You mean the man standing right there? Jean-Francois Barnier? But he's a bit younger than I remember. I knew you were a creep, but now you're making people into pets. You've hit rock bottom. You want another taste of my fist, huh, punk? For the record, I am not the man she calls Francois. I won't get into the details, but I just had to assume his name. Sure, whatever you say. Wait, hold on a second. Maybe I'm imagining it, but you, Barnier, or whatever your name is, don't seem like as much of a stuck-up jerk as I remember.
The boy formerly known as Mel is starting to freak out.
Stop that. I'm not formally known as anything.
Ah, it's the Saintess! Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. She's so tiny, a mini Saintess. She's adorable.
Would you please stop shouting in my ear? You're gonna make me go deaf.
Come have tea over here with me, Saintess. I got rose petals to put in teacups to make it even yummier. And there's also cake loaded with sugar. Ooh, that sounds great. I want some cake too. I don't know who you are, but I'm such a nice girl, I'd like to have some too. Yahoo!
I'm not going to have snacks with you.
And you are unusually clingy, considering how much you despise the other half of my soul. The first door goes whoosh right under the bridge.
It's spreading. It's pretty crazy how girls can go from nothing to friends in the blink of an eye, huh?
Oh yeah, so who's the dirty hobo?
Wow, I love her. She's savage. I don't look that bad.
Every boy other than my first and second brothers are gross by default, so you'll have to try a lot harder than that. When Jackie starts trying to impress people, he gets drunk on money and power, so please don't encourage him.
They got quite lively in here while we were away.
Hey guys, it's been forever. Haven't seen you in... Well, I haven't seen two of you before at all.
I swear, I realized one of you had the same reaction. He says he's the Lord, and that there's a plot contrivance says he's younger than when we knew him. The Lord. It's not that hard to make the connection, is it? The Lord was more purple, I thought. Don't associate people with their clothes! Use their faces, you brain-dead feral dog!
I am beginning to wonder if Yaki would be able to tell the difference between you and Francois, even if he wasn't nutso. Oh, also, where's my second brother and the maid? Didn't they come with you?
They're busy flirting with each other in the present day.
Aw, that's not fair! I want to see the present day too. If you wish hard enough, maybe you'll end up there. There's tons of different cakes to choose from too. Let's go to the Cheesecake Factory!
Wow. Call that immersion? That's hilarious.
I want to go too. But I've put on some weight recently, and I'm trying to shake it off. I don't want him to abandon me because I'm not to his liking.
I love women with powerful appetites, Pauline.
The Cheesecake Factory, here I come! Hooray! We can all go together.
I can't even bring myself to make a jab about how he always says exactly what she wants to hear.
You come with us too, won't you, my dearest Mel?
What, me? I don't know, I feel really awkward being the only guy with a bunch of girls. There's gonna be so many of them there.
If you want to fit in a bit, or you can just dress up like a girl.
Why is that the first thing your mind jumps to? Cause it would fit. It would fit.
I think you'd look dashing as a girl, dearest Mel.
You two would make a lovely pair of sisters. Wow, he's just getting gross.
Then we'll have to go dress shopping for Mel first.
Could you please not?
If you want to come, Jackie, we can dress you up all nice and pretty too.
Wow, we... like hell. And don't try to get a reaction out of me either, because it won't work. I didn't know you were into that, Lord. Certified mate factor moment. Yep. You seem to really want to relive my first obliterating your gut, boy.
I would kind of like to see that, though. Not the Lord, but Yukimasa.
He's like, my turn? Pauline, if that is what you truly deserve. This man is a simp! He's hopeless! You are allowed to say no, you realize. No, he can't! Jacopo. He's legally not allowed to say no. If we're only here to faff about like fools, then I will be taking my leave. You're just looking for any excuse to bail, aren't you?
You seem really prickly and not in a very good mood, Saintus. More so than usual, I mean.
That shouldn't be any surprise when the most upsetting man in the world is still in my line of sight. Yeah, you can actually see here that their scale is kind of different. Yeah.
I don't think there's much for us to talk about this time, really. Yeah, what the heck? Barely got any screen time in this game. I'm calling my lawyer.
And I look even more pathetic after this.
You're only useful if you got Snowy to nudge you in the right direction, boy formerly known as Mel.
I'm not... Oh, never mind, it's not worth it. I too lost a few points with this story. Without that angel's help, the both of us end up villains. I actually feel like you might have gained some points. You were kind of more controlled here than in the main game.
Very true. Hey, Yucky, could you do your catchphrase for me?
My catchphrase?
Pretend a violent goon just came crashing through the window and you can do whatever you want to him.
Shall I kill him?
Yes!
Yes! I'm not sure I would call that a catchphrase.
Yukimasa, remember what we agreed on? No more talking like that.
Of course, Pauline. I was merely acting for the girl.
Oh, okay. That's a relief. I may need to curse the beast again.
Anyway, he was a monster from start to finish. And everyone came into this knowing that. So I doubt public opinion is any worse than it already was.
We even got to see his wicked smile more times in the main game, if I'm counting right.
Well, he's nothing if not consistent. Michelle may have talked him into helping out, but he never actually felt shame or regret about what he'd done. The closest he gets to breaking free from that is in the second door. Maybe what we need to do is knock his memories out of him again?
And bring Bestia back. Are you out of your mind?
That said, I am glad I got to see everyone again, even at the cost of my reputation. I hope we can do this again sometime.
I explicitly said we wouldn't, as you might recall.
I mean, I guess, but...
As time changed, so too does the heart, Saintess. That's right, well said, Nelly. Teehee. I'd be super sad if you ended Requiem in the same place as the main game. Besides, you need to come to the Cheesecake Factory with us.
Very important.
You're never gonna stop talking about this place, are you? You're all free to believe in what you want. Nothing is gonna change where I stand on this matter. You're a stubborn Saintess. That is sort of a prerequisite to cursing someone for a millennium, yes? And you say that strong wishes come true, though? It's always really hard for us to see each other again.
Does your us include my other half, the white-haired girl?
What?
You can't stand her, can you?
I'll play nice with her next time, I promise. I'm not the girl I used to be, not anymore.
I see. Well, if by some impossibly remote chance you do run into her, be sure to apologize. I doubt she bears any ill will over it, though.
That's a promise. I'll tell her I'm sorry and make up for what I did.
Nellie is surprisingly well behaved with Morgana around. Although she was completely destroyed, so no amount of wishing will ever bring her back. But I won't stop you from trying.
Alright.
Now, I think it's about time we wrap this up. It's dragged on far too long. It's not like we get to do this more than once a game, so I don't see a problem with taking it at a relaxed pace.
There's relaxed, and then there's running around like a bunch of chickens with your heads cut off, and you're firmly in the latter category. Now farewell, everyone, until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate. Bye-bye, Saintess. See you! I hope we get to meet again eventually.
Young Saint, I pray your next life may be a peaceful one, and I swear I will never cause you any more pain.
Goodbye. Stop dawdling to you two. We're leaving.
Right.
Later, guys. It was great meeting you.
So long, and see you again, perhaps. A fitting place to end, I suppose. This always was the story of a cursed mansion. Hey, no, you're forgetting about someone. I am. What? Sup? No! No, I'm not ready yet! I'm not over it yet!
Hey, it's Mr. Mask!
It's gotta be your worst one yet, Jaren. Oh, don't do this to me.
Oh, right. I forgot your story was included in this too.
Come on! How are you just gonna forget one of the best stories in the game? It was so good.
Whew! No idea what he looks like, but he sounds hot. Amion is a woman. Oh, huh.
Hey, both guys and gals can be hot. I like your style! And I put money down on me being a better man than every other damn guy in this game. Me too! Me too!
I can't really argue with that.
Who exactly is this anyway? Right back at you, buddy. Who are you? The hero! I have the strangest urge to kick those smug teeth in right now. And besides, wouldn't it make more sense for Michelle to be here to go over my part?
You're 100% correct. Let's leave this worthless man behind and go visit him in the present.
Stop right there! I'm not letting you go there again after how hard I had to fight to bring you back.
Fine, then I'll summon Michelle here. He's probably busy flirting with Giselle right about now.
I feel terrible interrupting, so just let him be.
I thought you wanted to see him.
Oh, I'm not denying that. I'm just hoping our reunion can be under different circumstances. Next time I see him, I want to be such a hottie. His eyes jump out of his skull, not the sad imitation of a zombie. Can you imagine the look on his face when he sees what I look like? It's gonna be great.
Michelle has grown enough that I'm sure he'll have no trouble being friends with you, even after he learns you're not a man.
Damn straight he will. I pick him better than that. Good God, he has a job, friends, and a girlfriend. He's so jealous. How much more typically good guy can he get? Yeah.
Don't you dare insult Michelle.
For God's sake, will everyone stop reading my mind?
So, Emmy, at the end of your story, was that you're a boy inside thing?
Nah, I'm a woman through and through. Just pretended to be a guy for Michelle. Yeah, I kind of figured. I just went both ways, though. My kind of woman! I'll stop! Evian is the best thing that came out of this fucking game! I will die on this hill! She's the best thing to happen to this fucking game. If you ever meet in another life, I'd love to take you out for drinks. Or anywhere else you'd like to go. She's trying to pick someone up she met 5 minutes ago! My kind of woman! My heart skipped a beat! I'm getting serious Lady Oscar vibes from you, Amy! I am screenshotting this entire conversation. This is great. This is inspirational.
Well, I suppose we should talk a bit about Ascento Deli while we're here. That story was originally included in a preview pamphlet distributed before the main game was released, making it rather old. It was then reimagined into game form for inclusion in Requiem.
The general beats of the story are the same in both versions, but there's more meat in this one, plus it makes my motivations a little clearer.
Making it so that you started getting close to Michelle for a less than noble purpose and then slowly warmed up to him gave the ending a little more weight, I thought. And as a side note, Imian was also briefly referenced in the main game.
Oh! She was. Right. No, I actually... Oh, this does seem familiar.
During the scene in the mansion where Michelle's spirit is breaking down, there's a line that goes, "At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest." But there's a little more to be said about that. The man it is talking about there is Imian.
But that's not all. In the final chapter, he sings a song to the flaxen-haired little girl, right? And he says, it's the song an old acquaintance of mine heard while traveling. That acquaintance is me.
Oh yes, I never made that connection. But it makes sense. There's no one else he could have heard it from.
He would have said as much if it was Giselle or his brothers.
He ended up having a bigger part in the main game than I realized.
And I'm glad I was finally able to show up in proper here. That reminds me, didn't a rough modern-day design for you show up in the short game released after the first popularity contest?
It did, but I'm not sure why you're bringing up something readers would have no way of knowing since it's not available in English.
I love that they're leaving these in. How was I supposed to know that? You were called out for that exact thing just a few scenes back. Anyway, sorry to disappoint anyone reading this who happens to have seen that design, but it's staying in the idea bin for now.
When that game was released, the staff hadn't settled on what Requiem would end up being. They were exploring a bunch of possibilities. One of them being to make the follow-up a light, cheerful game, which is where that came from. But they decided they really wanted to make something with more substance that was also capable of standing on its own. So they poured their heart and soul into making the Requiem you have in your hands now, and I hope you're satisfied with how it turned out.
Yep, that about covers it.
You know, ever since this backstage event started, you felt more like you're colluding with the author than the Lord. Don't think too hard about it. Now to talk a bit about the game you actually got. The main theme of Ascento Deli was friendship.
That's a thread common in most of the stories included in Requiem, in fact.
Friendship, and how easily those bonds can break. Very sad stuff.
My friendship with Michelle is fine and well, thank you! I'm sorry. I love Imian. favorite character, hands down. You know what? If I ever make a tier list of the characters in this game, Emion and Michelle are just gonna be at a shared top tier because they deserve to be together and be friends. Ow. I just kicked the bucket a bit sooner than him.
You and Jackie were both real fixated on finding far-off utopias, though. Your heart's off in dreamland, and you're not seeing what you already have within reach.
All I have in reach right now is the cursed mansion.
Fair!
The time period was a big factor in what happened to us, too. My disease is much more manageable in the present day than back then. And Michelle wouldn't get sentenced to death by the church now, either. I think it wasn't so much physical place we dreamed of, but the far future.
My eyes are leaking. I thought you couldn't feel sad. Hush up and read the room!
Well, I have my spot in the limelight, so you all should head back.
Hope we can see each other again sometime, Amy. Everyone's going to the Cheesecake Factory.
The what? The what now?
It's a place where you can get all the cake in the world. Me and the other girls all decided we're going.
Sounds like fun. There are women there? Gets a thumbs up from me. From me. God. I love her. And I suppose I'll join you and the other girls. Can't wait to meet them. It's not that kind of a... Hey now, it's poor manners to read someone else's mind.
Rude savages, the both of you. Let's be off then. Farewell, Noemi. Should our souls somehow cross paths once more in the Bells' sphere of fate, I will consider acknowledging your existence.
What kind of a goodbye is that? My gut tells me that was some kind of ridiculously backhanded compliment, but I ain't gonna push it. Later, gang. Goodbye.
Bye!
I love... Essential is my favorite part of Requiem, I guess. Me too! I'm sorry! Oh my god, we played it Friday. I broke. It's just thinking about it is making it all come back.
Yippee!
She said yippee! She said yippee, guys! She said yip, wait. We need to celebrate this. We need to celebrate.
Yippee!
Sorry. I had to do it.
Yippee!
We're back!
Took you fucking long enough.
I only fell asleep a couple times.
Hey, where's Francois?
I booted his royal ass back where he came from. Can you imagine how absurd it would look for the three of us to just be chilling down here together waiting for you to come back?
Pah!
Got me scared for a bit there. I was worried you might have made the cut for the final get-together either.
Why wouldn't you? We wanted the gang.
I just feel really fucking bad about what I did and... don't think I deserve to be called that anymore.
Oh, I didn't realize you were capable of feeling regret, Beefcake.
You're the last person I want to hear anything about feelings from. Come on, Morgana.
I'm staying right here.
Get your little ass moving! I know I have complicated feelings about all this, and that I have absolutely no right to make you do anything. But this is still our story, so we should be there.
Fine. The gang's all back together. Woo! And with this, our story is officially over. Thank you so much for sticking around for it. Now, some parting words from our heroine, Marks. What? It'd be weird for me to have the last word in your game. You can't expect me to come up with something on the spot. Okay, Jackie can go first. You think about what you're gonna say while he's talking.
What? What am I supposed to say?
Whatever, just bug up and say something.
To all of you out there reading this, I obviously have no idea what you think or how you feel about our story, our lives. But I hope at least it was something that left an impression that'll stick with you. Well, I ended up screwing things up beyond belief. It was still my life, and I fought tooth and nail to make the best of the hand I was dealt. So it would mean a lot to me if some part of that could find meaning beyond the four edges of the screen. Emiana's presence in 7th layer. Yes! Yes, my woman! Sorry. I fucking love her. I'm sorry. She's everything I want in a character. Like, see, okay. Here's how I would explain it. Michelle, to me, is the kind of character that I dote on. It's the character that's like, oh, my blorbo, my scrunkly, you know, where I like take him and I pinch his cheeks and stuff. Imion is the character I simp for. I can't explain why it ended up like that. I think it's just because I like characters that have personalities like Imion. It's like, it's just like doesn't give a shit about anything. It's so fun. I love her so much. And I'm not sure what else to say. Well, I sincerely appreciate you sticking around this long. Thank you. That's it from me.
Nice! Now you're up, Morix. Very well. Looking back, the series has been active in some form or another for quite a number of years. Whether you've been following along since the beginning, or only recently discovered Fata Morgana, I offer unto you my blessings. Farewell, until we meet again. Okie dokie, everyone! Give me your biggest smile! Bye-bye!
I gave them a little, I got a screenshot. Yeah, Imion is definitely... Thank you very much for playing our game. As the offer, I would not normally make any sort of comment within the game itself, but with this being a side story, a bonus of sorts, I'd like to bend the rules a bit and say my gratitude to you directly. I'd also like to offer my sincerest apologies for the delays in a Requiem for Innocence's release, and thank you kindly for your patience. Translator's note. The localization team did not consume enough caffeine to keep their deadline and have been locked up to take time to reflect on their mistakes! Imagine self-owning like that. Requiem is a deeply unpleasant and painful story, but I tried to sprinkle little morsels of hope throughout it, so hopefully you aren't coming away from it with a terrible aftertaste. As was mentioned in Imion's segment, we considered a number of possibilities for a follow-up to the house in Fata Morgana, but ultimately we settled on the story of Jacopo's and Morgana's past. I apologize to anyone who was hoping for something lighter, but this was the best way to touch on the themes I wanted to explore, and it feels like it fits in better with the Fata Morgana this way. I'm glad I was able to tell the story, and I pray you were able to enjoy it. In writing Requiem, I spent many hours digging through the text of the original game's final chapter to make sure I didn't introduce any inconsistencies. While you only saw small glimpses of what was in their hearts here, I felt like I was able to flesh that out and give it real life here. Jacopo particularly was shackled by something until the very end, and I think I managed to expound on what exactly that was here. I can't say whether he'll be able to free himself from those shackles anytime soon, but I imagine he will at least be trying. Let's put that hard-working trait to good use. Moving forward from Requiem's timeline, we know that he makes the same mistakes in the main game's third door, but perhaps he too will be able to reclaim himself when he's released from the Witch's Curse. Maybe I should make him do a Reclaim Yourself marathon like Michelle. Now, while I said I was glad I could tell this story, I must confess it was in a way more difficult for me to write than Fata Morgana. Though there was a great deal of pain and suffering in the main game as well, it was not brought on by Michelle's own failures, and in the end his actions are still good. Requiem is very much the opposite though. Writing a character who knows what they're doing is wrong, hates themselves for doing it, yet still barrels headfirst down that path was somehow somewhat maddening to do. That said, I didn't get to write much of Jacopo not putting on an act in the main game, so hopefully you enjoyed seeing what's beneath the mask. There are a number of characters in Fata Morgana with multiple personas, and that's an especially deep-rooted aspect of Jacopo's character. In fact, one of the reasons Jaren was so utterly lacking in pretense is because I felt like that was a big part of too many existing characters. Huh. So what he's saying here is basically like, a lot of characters are putting on a lot of stuff, so he wanted to make a character that was just no pretense, all like just there, you know? So I made her the exact opposite. Getting inside Morgana's head was also rather difficult. She described her time as the brothel as when she learned to experience joy, so I especially wanted to focus on making her feel more human. While she released herself from her curse at the end of the main game, that only brought her back from the negatives to dead neutral, and I hope one day she's able to turn squarely toward positive. A Requiem for Innocence was not only Jacopo and Morgana's story, but it was also a story of friendship, companionship, and growth. The characters from the main game didn't have much in the way of proper interactions there, so I'm glad I was able to use the first half of Requiem to show them having fun and living their lives without sacrificing what makes Fata Morgana what it is. I'm especially fond of the Midsummer Festival scene, and Jacopo carrying Morgana on his back under the sunrise. What were your favorite parts? Well, I suppose it's time to draw the curtains for real. Thank you so very much for spending your time with me in the House of Fata Morgana. And I hope that one day we may cross paths again. Bye! What a neat... Backstage. Okay, so there was like a fragment? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, where is it? It's right there. It's right there in your face. Okay. We're gonna click this and then we're... Oh. And then we'll be done. Oh my god. It's still kind of unbelievable that we're almost there. Like, it just... That's the field. Oh!
So, what's on the agenda for today?
Oh! Sorry.
What I want to do? There isn't anything in particular. Don't give me that look. I don't know what people do for recreation, because unlike someone, I didn't live a life of leisure and luxury. Yes, that's right. I'm a dreadfully boring person. Imagine you've begun to regret bringing such a dull girl with you.
Wow, illusion of choice.
If you say so. But you choose what we're doing today, alright? Huh? You want me to sing? I don't mind. What are you laughing about? You didn't think I would agree? Okay, fine. I won't sing. Puppy dog eyes won't change my mind either. That's it. I'm not gonna sing. Alone, that is. Yes, just singing with me. Go find someone who has a lute and ask to borrow it. You don't get a say in the matter. You did ask to borrow that, right? And got permission? None of the shenanigans she pulled at the festival. We need to remain on good terms with everyone if we're gonna live here. Well, good. I'm glad you could manage that much. At some point, if we're gonna do this again, you should purchase your own so you don't have to borrow one. It would certainly make things simpler, wouldn't it? Next time a merchant is in town, if they're selling a lute, buy it. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, as long as it has strings capable of making music that's adequate. And if it's out of tune, you can tune it. You can at least manage that, can't you? It's exactly how you described it, all those many years ago. Fields of wheat as far as the eye can see, swaying back and forth like waves in an ocean of gold. I had assumed that after all this time, you would have lost your fondness for such rustic scenery. That you preferred bustling cities, heavily guarded fortresses, and merchants peddling unusual wares. But it seems I was wrong. Thankfully. Huh? Yes, I'm quite fond of areas like this. They're pleasant and relaxing. I wonder if this really is where my real father came from.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I never told you this, but in my village, I was revered as a saint, worshipped as the daughter of God. And to this day, a part of me still sees myself as such. Maybe so. You said as much so many times now, I'm almost beginning to believe it. That is entirely on you, yes. If I truly am, then I have a father somewhere. One night, I overheard my mother muttering something. At the time, I assumed it was just a dream, but if what she said was true, my father was a mere vagrant. A man whose face I never once saw, whose name I never heard. Frankly, I'm not sure. I wouldn't know what to say even if I did. He might not even know I exist. It didn't sound like he had any interest in staying with my mother, which does not speak particularly well of his character. If he had chosen to stay instead of abandoning her, then she wouldn't have had to lie about having a virgin birth. Maybe we could have even been a normal family, and the entire course of my life could have been different. What? Why is that your first reaction? You're not going to hunt him down and give him a piece of your mind, no. Any form of violence is forbidden, not even if it's for my sake. So many people have been hurt already, which is to say I don't understand what you meant when you said the world would trample all over you if you didn't have the strength to fight back. As children, we were both helpless to fight back against the cruel world. But I stand by what I said. I once believed you to be a weak man, but I realized I was mistaken. I now know you have more than enough strength, enough to take the lives of countless men. Some part of me always knew. But that's all the more reason I don't want you to hurt anyone else ever again. To take any more lives. You swear it? I will have no choice but to deem you utterly irredeemable if you break that promise. Understood? What? No, that doesn't mean I think you presently have redeeming qualities. Have you lost your mind? Honestly, This is not the time for silly do you like me games. Don't tell me you're waiting for an answer. Because you're never getting one. What? Fine. If you want to know what I think so badly. No, I don't much care for you. Oh yes, so I was wondering. Other towns celebrate midsummer as well, yes? I see, so it's a fairly standard summertime tradition. Huh? If you asked me to go, I would not object. What? Yes, I'm not particularly fond of the commotion, but it's a unique experience. There were no such festivals in the village where I was born. It was so small, there was little in the way of entertainment to speak of. Perhaps I was their entertainment. A real saint appearing would indeed be cause for celebration. Life in the Lord's custody was miserable, but I'm not sure I would have been much different had I stayed. Maybe getting out was ultimately better for me. It was hardly all good times by any stretch of the imagination, but it did allow me to experience a more normal world. Oh, there you go again. I've long since tired of hearing you go on about ambitions. Yes, yes, I know. My definition of normal is too impoverished for you. I've heard it a dozen times now. But this is what I know. So climb down off your high horse and adjust. I'm not so accommodating a girl as to unconditionally support you in your endless endeavors to climb up, up, and up. In fact, I intend to kick you back down anytime you start trying. So keep yourself in check. I used to think I didn't have any right to interfere with your dreams, but now I'll be doing everything in my power to stand in your way. Keep that in mind. Excuse me? So you're gonna look for a different way to be a fool, then? Did you hear a single word I said? Why do I even bother? So what madness is brewing in the hollow skull of yours now?
You asshole.
That was even worse than I imagined. You're possibly the world's biggest fool. Oh, what is it now? You want me to call you by your name? Why would I waste my breath? You're not yourself today. You're ever so forward. It's not right. Perhaps you ate something moldy. Besides, your name is just another word. It's nothing to get so worked up about. What are you, a child? I never said that. I'm not gonna call you by your name, understood? For heaven's sake. Let's change the subject. The way you're silently staring at me is making my skin crawl. So, the lute. I would like to teach you to teach me how to play the lute. Why? Is there something wrong with me wanting to know how to play? I suppose it is unusual, perhaps. I never had a chance to learn much of anything, though. I know little of how people normally entertain themselves, so I want you to catch me up on what I missed. And don't get upset if I'm a slow study. You do have impossibly short fuse, after all. Something else. Let's see. You know how to fish, don't you? You would go to the river sometimes, as I recall. Still don't know much about this area. Perhaps there are rivers or lakes nearby. So teach me how to do that too. Alright. Come on, don't just stare at me. Do you know any words other than okay? Good heavens. You don't know where to give up, do you? Is it that important to you?
Yeah, don't forget me name. I love this game so much. Come on. Aww. I wonder if I forget what I look like. Sound of my voice. Or how I feel about you. I don't want you to forget what we talked about. What kind of man I was. Or all the time we shared together. Please. Don't forget me. Aww. I think that's the first time she's made a face like that. This sprite doesn't look that familiar.
Why would you ask me that now? I guess I was... If I had remembered, would anything have been any different? Could we have not ended up so far down the wrong path? If I'd gone and found you, would that have stopped you from becoming what you did? No, forget it. It's not worth thinking about.
Aww, hand-holding! Hand-holding!
Pardon? You don't need to ask for permission for every little thing. You've always been like that. Ask permission, or have me initiate any kind of physical contact. Except when you would put ointment on my face, that is. Even that morning when you carried me home, you wouldn't just pick me up. You made me climb onto your back.
Aww, he promised. He promised he wouldn't do that, so he didn't. Right in the Kokoro. I'm broken inside.
You actually kept that ancient promise for all those years? Is there no end to your stupidity? I swear. Someone needs to come up with a new word to describe you. Do as you please. Look at you. A grown man shaking like a fawn. Sometimes I can't tell if you have a heart of stone or of glass. Though I suppose I'm not terribly different in that regard. Unable to even speak my heart unless there's no one else around. Unable to face you except for this childish fantasy. Not even able to show any vulnerability. You once said, who knows how many years ago, that being this close has the effect of making us more open. Well, I despise you more than anything in this vast world. You showed me happiness, and then you showed me the depths of absolute despair. I have no idea what to do with you, so I didn't do anything. I couldn't do anything. What other choice did I have? Yet here you are, still lingering. After I released your soul, you went and put on a new set of shackles. What was even the point? Tell me, how many times have you tried to grasp at the solution? How many times have you punished yourself? I suppose, if you want to think I'm just part of your illusion, it won't stop you. This whole realm is an impossibly idealistic fantasy. That's fine. It makes it easier for me to say this. I do regret some of what I did. That I misdirected my anger. Oh yes, I still revile you, of course. But even more so, I'm heartbroken. How did it all end up like that? So far gone. So irreversibly off the path. It was my words that ultimately pushed you over the edge, wasn't it?
Come on, Jacobo.
I don't need your atonement. I told you already. It's all done. No curses, no forgiveness. Nothing more between us ever again. Why then, why am I here, talking to you? It's foolish. We're hopeless fools, the both of us. But it's not my fault. This realm is overflowing with so much warmth. I can't hold back everything I've kept locked away all those centuries. But in the end, I just feel wretched about it all. I would have rather never remembered. We spent our lives trying so hard to suppress those memories, fighting against our past, just as we're doing now. All right, that's quite enough. Would you please let go of me now? Hello? I said let go. Let go of my hand.
Aww. How dare he? How dare he?
And I hate you. I'll never feel anything but hatred for you. There's nothing left in my heart but that. This is simply me showing pity for a pathetic lost soul.
Oh, yeah. I hate you, Jacobo. I hate him so much.
Maybe you should have said so back then. Though I suppose you couldn't have. I had someone else to lead my way. All you could do was sit back and watch me go. You were never one who would cry in front of others, or hold on to someone for support. You had to rely on this sad fantasy to bring yourself to hold my hand. There truly is no hope for you. So what now? Am I just gonna stay here, all alone, for the rest of eternity? Many, many ages ago,
when I was still a child. I looked up to you. I might have even had some fondness for you. What? Perhaps so. Perhaps it would have been better if we'd done this sooner. I want you to forget everything I've said. This is a realm where nothing bad ever happens, right? So I'd like to indulge in this childish dream for a little while longer. Have you finally calmed down? Smug all you want. I saw everything.
I love her. I love the smile. It's my favorite.
I know good and well just how sad a man you truly are. Someone's waving to us in the distance. I'm still not particularly good with strangers, but the people in this land are all so kind. And you'll be holding my hand, won't you?
Of course! Yeah.
Yes. Let us be off, Jacopo.
Yes! She did it! I'm taking a screenshot so she can't deny that she did it. I screen capped that one. Oh, even better. They actually give us a visual. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh. Oh. Rather than showing you the world, one day, someday, I'd like to bring you somewhere where your body and spirit can rest easy. I hate this game. I hate this game. Gives me every time. Fuck you, game. Breathe. Not as atonement for my sins, but because I want to see it too. I'm sorry, I'm just... No! Screw you, game. Also, you can't see the title anymore. Go to hell. Okay. We actually did it. Oh my god. We did it! We did it! We're done! We're done! I'm only 6 minutes over what we were planning. Holy shit. I'm only 6 minutes longer, and that was only because I spent the beginning of the stream like talking. Oh my god! We're done! We did it! We finished it! Like the main stories. I know that there's more side content, and I'm definitely I'm not against the idea of trying out reincarnation. Next up we're gonna play Chaos. I'm gonna play Chaos Head. Of the Science Adventure series. But we might play a few like science adventure games and then try some more Fata Morgana. Like I'm gonna try to like intersperse it a little bit so that, cause like the biggest thing for me is not that never in any semblance of the word, I can't speak right now. Never in any semblance of the word did I dislike my experience with this game. It is the polar opposite. I like it so much that I need time. I need time to get down from whatever this puts me in. Like it puts me in a mood, it puts me in a place that I do not expect every time. I was not expecting the game would be able to break me again. I was like, I've seen it all. We've been through all, we've seen so much pain in the first game. I can handle this. I can take it. I'm stronger now. We got through the main game. I could not have been more wrong. I could not have been more wrong. And I thought they couldn't get me more. I thought they couldn't get me again with Michelle. And then they shoved the Imion story in, and I'm just like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you do this to me? Ugh. I feel had. I was bamboozled, hoodwinked, fucking taken advantage of, and thrown in the trash. And I just, man, I am so glad. I am so glad that I just went into these games, because I was looking at the cover and stuff, and I was like, okay, you know, like I was a little interesting, you know, like that's the first impression I had of the game. Not like negative, not like positive, just kind of like interesting. And then when you first start it, it's like, it's very like you just get thrown into the first door, basically. It's not a very long segment before you get thrown into the first door, so it takes a while to warm up to. Fragment and the Sentinel get me every time, and a lot of other people's, and that's why I love visual novels. Exactly, like the like, Fragment definitely got me, but yeah, Emion's got me better. I don't know why it got me better. It just hurt so bad. It just hurt so much. Alas, I could not afford to redeem for the dramatic moment, but there's always the next being. Were you planning to redeem like Nya or something? That would have ruined it. Yippee! Yippee! Thank you, Mama. So what happened? You here now? You want me to do a recap for you? I see Jacopo looking kind of happy, that's sus. Yeah, that was from... Okay, so the fragment is kind of like a... I don't know if you could... Not really a side story, just kind of like a little like dream scenario where Jacopo and Morgana are living together in Italy. And he's trying to make up for the bad things he did to her. Can we make him happy again? Sure. We'll beat his ass in the QRTs. Yeah. I'm in pain. That's all I can say. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can hear you. Summary. Yeah. Well, again, I'll just summarize the kind of Emion story by, yes, we're starting with Emion. Emion is a woman. Let's just start there. And at the beginning, there's a flashback with Michelle and George and Diddy, and you know more about Fragment Reincarnation. Sounds good. But yeah, so Emion is a woman named Noemi who was from a Diddy, yeah, who was from a prestigious noble house, and she was posed as a marriage candidate for Didier or George, basically, and they both end up saying no to it. And what happened is that she ended up getting a incurable disease, basically, that would end up killing her in the end. But the whole point is that, like, Michelle sees this picture of her that was painted. Ah, yes, incuritis. I think it's probably it's implied to be something that affects, like, the skin. Like, her face was completely destroyed by it, and it's something that was impossible to treat back then, but it's actually pretty manageable in the modern times. So in modern times, she could be living a normal life, basically. That was the whole thing. But because of that, she was basically trapped, you know, like, locked up in her own house and eventually thrown to the streets. No, it's fine. Don't, just the way. So she was locked up in the house, manipulated one of the servants to escape, and ran around forever. And then she went to the mansion to get the witch to curse her family for being so cruel to her. And then Morgana immediately speaks to her and is like, "Oh yeah, I can grant your wish." Had to be Imy's fault. It's always Imy's fault. Oh, right. I have shit to tell you about Imy later. But first, Emion. You wanted Emion first. So she goes to the mansion and is almost immediately contacted by Morgana, who's like, I will do it for you, but I will grant your wish, but you have to break Michelle's soul for me. And basically, what that plan entailed was to have her pretend to be a man and become good friends with Michelle and then break his heart by revealing it all to be a lie. But instead of that, by becoming friends with Michelle, she ended up actually caring about it. You know how it is. And then at the end of the month, when she's about to die, instead of revealing her true self and like calling it all a lie and ruining everything. No. Whoa, no. Yeah, friends. Yeah, like, no, what would break his heart is that he's been betrayed by every woman in his life, right? And that's why Michelle has a problem with women in the main story. So, by doing that to him, that would be like the deepest betrayal for Michelle, right? That would hurt him so bad that it would probably break his spirit. Hello, Calcion! Welcome! Women, am I right? But yeah, at the end, instead of revealing that, she's just, yeah, so she pretends to be this cool adventurer who's like been out and seen the Danes defeat people and Vikings and all of that kind of cool shit. And then at the end, she, instead of telling the truth, she just makes up a thing about like, oh, it was a lie, I was trapped in my house and nobody ever really cared about me and I have no friends, blah, blah, blah. And then she goes to die and leaves Michelle behind. And that does really hurt him, but it doesn't like break his spirit like the reveal would have.
Emotional damage!
Yes, emotional damage. But turns out that Imiana's great. And in the backstage scenario, we got like the whole thing about her being a woman and that she's bi and really funny. Okay. Next up, let me just go to here. This one, Tales Wasted Away in Obscurity, just so I can look at them, because it'll be easier to go about it like this. Sorry for changing the music. Oh, right, come on. Come on, yeah, it does a little thingy, and then it would, yeah. Okay. Yes. Go on, come on. Then it's like its own little menu here. So, A Slow Killing Poison is where we begin. So, A Slow Killing Poison is the story of what happened to Mel and Nellie after the story ended, told from the perspective of Arthur, who, if you may recall, was Nellie's fiance. And what basically ends up happening is that he basically he was a family friend. Arthur was a family friend of the Rhodes family. And he always hated Nellie because, and Mel a little bit, but mostly Nellie, because she would just ignore him and go play with her brother. They would constantly be playing at the Rhodes family house. First door. Yes, this is the first door. Arthur does not exist. Yes, this is the first doors. This is Tales from the, yeah. So, the first two are Tales from door 1 and 2, and the third one is the one I'm interested to tell you about, but I'm just taking them all. So this is door 1, and Arthur basically he wants to know what happened to Nellie, because he's like, she's just, they said she went mad, and she never goes outside anymore. And there are the rumors about how she attacked an Abigail, because, you know, she attacked the white-haired girl, and all of that stuff. So he goes to visit her, and finds her is resolved in this dislike of her, because he's like, oh, he looks into her room where there's all of her children's toys and shit like that, and he's just like, oh, you're still just seeing your brother, aren't you? You're still just being delusional about him. Mel ran away to become a priest, and what essentially happened is that she got ill and died 4 years after the story, so she dies at 18. And then 3 years after that, Mel kills himself. Yeah. Mel kills himself, and what was very interesting about the ending here is that he jumped off from a tower, and he died exactly at noon. Just like in the main story. Isn't that nuts? Isn't that nuts? It was so good. It was like, oh my god. Yeah. Okay, and Defectives is a story from the second door, which is a part of Yukimasa's backstory, where he and the sailor dudes, they go to this town where... Right, I hold my beer and know how to kill Mel. Yeah. So they go to a port where they're staying for a week, and Yukimasa ends up in the orbit of this prostitute who she's down on her luck. Her husband ran out on her, and she has a very sad life. And he feels some semblance of something, and ends up hanging out with her for that whole week. And just as and there's like these rumors about like people being dismembered, and he's like, when he hears them, right? And then at the end of the story, the prostitute asks him to stay the last night he's in town with her. He does, and then he tries to leave in the middle of the night, and she asks him to stay. And he's like, don't worry, I'm just gonna go get something I want to give you. Implying that it's a present. He returns with his sword and kills her. And then they go back to their journey. Basically. Like, that's what the story is about. It's kind of like... Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. So that was very interesting. The backstage scenario is just a lot of fluff about, like, going to the Cheesecake Factory. Michelle and Giselle went on a date. And I ruined it by asking them to watch porn movies together. It's really funny. Yeah, the backstage scenario we played. It was very messy, but you did what? Yeah, no. So the happily, I'll go over the dating scenario. Just first this last one, the paintings ramblings. This is told from George's perspective. Now hear me out. This is the one that really got me. Holy shit. So it's told from basically George's perspective, how he talks about how at first he kind of blamed Didier for Michelle's death, but realizes that him not doing anything in that scenario was also puts him at fault. You know, like he feels guilty. He feels guilty. And he's basically just it's told as him telling it to Giselle after her mind was broken. So Giselle is just like, oh, how interesting, you know, and yeah. So he's telling, yeah. So he tells her about the years after. A little off topic, but I need to go shopping. And I remember asking if you joined. Do you still want to go? Yes, I do want to go. I'll finish running this over. I'll probably be done with stream soon. So latest at 5 we will go. I hope that's all right. I hope that's all right. I promise it will not be a minute later. But yeah, so George feels guilty, and basically it tells of if I keep you no, I'm pretty much probably before. Yeah, preferably before. Don't worry. We're almost there. So the painting's ramblings is George tells of the last years of his life. They had 2 sons. His older son, of course, is set to take over. He had the 2 sons with Amy. They stay together. Amy is the de facto head of the house. He doesn't actually, like, George doesn't actually do anything. That's the whole thing. He blames himself for his inaction. Amy is running the whole house, basically. And after their mother dies, and of course Didier is long dead as well. He died on the battlefield. So George is all alone. The only people left in the Bollinger family is George, Amy, and their sons. And what ends up happening is that George suddenly starts feeling sick. He gets sicker and sicker. And to make him feel better, Amy is bringing him these hearty, lovely meals, right? And at some point, George starts to sense something is weird. So he asks the younger son, because he can't be sure that the older son, who's next in line, is not conspiring with his wife. So he asks the younger son, go fetch me food. And then he pretends to eat Amy's food. And then eats the other food instead. And suddenly he starts feeling better. And it hits him. This woman he's trusted his whole life, who thought she loved him, has been trying to kill him this entire time. Yeah. Okay. But he realized he thinks that it's like basically punishment. So what ends up happening is that he goes back to eating her meals without question. He never reveals to her that he knows this. And by the end of it, you want to know what he does? He paints a painting for the family. He paints a painting for the family that contains materials that are a slow-acting poison that will turn into toxic fumes. And then on his deathbed, he tells his loving wife, please, keep this painting in memory of me. And it'll take a while for it to react, and it'll slowly turn the painting completely black. And that's why the painting in the oh my god. That's why he's in a painting. Holy fuck, okay, he's a genius, I know. And he also asked the younger son, basically, to go away. He was like, move away, become a court artist. And it explains that stupid painting! Yes! It explains the painting! It explains how he's a painting! Oh my god! It was so, yeah. That was so good. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Best side scenarios. What the fuck? I hope you enjoy. Okay. Now, the happily ever after. This is the one. We return to basically a week after the ending of the original game, where they meet each other in 2009, and they're going on. Amy got hers, thank God. I know. The poetic justice. So yeah. So it takes place in 2009, and they're going on their first date. Michelle is up late because he couldn't sleep. They go on a date, and first they go to the movies. Now I get to pick the movie genre. And the movie genres was like action, romance, horror, an animated film or a naughty film. I picked the naughty film, and you want to know what that film is called? It was called something like Big Booby Busty Maids, or something shit like that. So fucking funny. And then they go on... I completely ruined their date. Yeah, so that's it. I wonder what that movie was about. Busty Maids! Busty Maids. And then of course there's the gift scenario, which, the gift, like, backstage scenario, which is, the girls want to go to Cheesecake Factory, Imion is bisexual, Jacopo learns that Michelle is intersex, and has a breakdown about it. All film options are fun. There's South Park even. Oh, that's what the animated one is? Hilarious. What else do we have? By the girls, I mean, by the girls going to Cheesecake Factory, I mean, Pauline, Morgana, Nelly, Imion probably, and, Giselle. And Jaren. Jaren was the leader for the whole scenario. We got to see everyone's, full body sprites, except for Maria, because she doesn't have one. What else? I think that was like the biggest strokes. And like, basically the whole scenario was spent bullying Jacopo. The whole scenario was just bullying Jacopo. Like, first he gets bullied by Morgana and Maria and Gratian and Jaren and even Barnier to an extent. And Odilon, and then he goes to the other one and he gets bullied by Mel and Yukimasa and Pauline and Nelly, and then and he also gets bullied by Michelle and Giselle, and he just gets bullied. He just gets bullied a whole lot. And I find it so fucking funny because when they go to meet Michelle and Giselle in like the modern day, like one of the first things Jacopo asks is like, is it true? Is it true that you're intersex? And then Michelle is like, gee, what an icebreaker. So yeah, I think that's a bit, yeah, it's very funny. I would recommend just going back and watching it because it's hard for me to summarize because it's all over the place. Nothing really happens. Decent icebreaker. Yeah, it was so funny because then he's like, okay, so. And then he's like, and then Michelle is like, okay, so what inspired you to ask me about my genitals? You know? It was very awkward. So yeah, there's your summary. Yeah, we're done. This is the game. I can't believe it. Okay, let me just Bazinga! Jacopo is just fascinating about cooking. Yeah. Fucking hell, I can't believe we did it. We actually did it. We actually did it. Yeah, maybe one day I'll check. What was the last part again? The fragment. The fragment is an imagined scenario where Morgana and Jacopo live together in Italy, and he's like trying to atone for what he did to her and trying to make her feel better. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so Italy, not bad. Imagine it was England, yeah. He would have probably never let Michelle hear the end of it. Anyway, I think we're gonna... Yeah, we're just gonna rate Lux Arts who's drawing, since I can't really find anyone who's playing anything relevant to ours. And yeah, we have to go shopping now, so I gotta get off, and I'm sorry about that, but I hope to see you guys tomorrow, where we're gonna play... Yeah, thank you, Arco, thank you for the raids! I didn't even have to ask, thank you so much for the raids. Remember to copy them, the top one if you're a subscriber, the bottom one if you aren't. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow for some Risa. And yeah, love you guys so much. You are the bestest. You are the bestest. And I loved hanging out with you. Goodbye. Oyasumina.